Chapter 646. Humph, it is all thanks to you that I was able to escape with my life. Fang Yuan squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He moved his muscles and bones, rubbing his palms. His newly formed bones were creaking as his battle-intent soared. If you want to repay me, just return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. Let's fight. Ah, good. Fang Yuan growled, jumping up like a fish. He had transformed into six-armed heavenly zombie king. His body was filled with majestic strength. He had green eyes and sharp fangs, extremely vicious and cruel. The water armor shrunk into a ball, turning into a helmet that protected his head. He was no longer afraid of giant suns while attacking his mind. Without any worries, Fang Yuan took a step forward, raising his fist and punching towards the sword rainbow of will. Swoosh. The expected sound of impact did not occur, but a soft sound was heard. Giant Sun's will was extremely shrewd. He did not clash head-on with Fang Yuan. Instead, at the crucial moment, the sword rainbow turned into a golden ribbon, coiling around Fang Yuan's wrist, before turning into a ray of light and flying away. As for Fang Yuan's bowl-sized fist, it was cut off at the wrist, falling to the ground. Even though Fang Yuan's six-armed heavenly zombie king had outstanding defense, it could not withstand the cutting of Giant Sun's will. Fang Yuan quickly rolled on the ground, picking up his fallen wrist. Only a drop of green blood was seeping out of the wound on his arm. Fang Yuan paid attention to Giant Sun's will as he pressed his fist into the wound. The flesh on the wound immediately healed, even the bones started to connect. This was the strong recovery ability of six-armed heavenly zombie king. But why would Giant Sun's will give Fang Yuan time to recover? The sword rainbow of will suddenly turned around, shooting towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan squinted. His legs shook, bringing his body flying into the sky. The sword rainbow chased after him relentlessly. Fang Yuan activated 4 Eagle Rise Gu at the same time. But the sword rainbow was even faster, rapidly closing the distance. Fang Yuan activated Windflower Gu again. He had already lost count of how many Windflower Gu he had used, but he had used up a lot of them. The Windflower Gu caused Fang Yuan to change directions rapidly, but the Will Sword Rainbow was more agile. Not only did the distance not increase, it used this chance to catch up to Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, both sides fought fiercely in midair, exchanging blows. The intense sword streaked through the air and circled around Fang Yuan's body. From time to time he would fly and cut. Fang Yuan was completely at a disadvantage. The originally strong defense of the six-armed heavenly zombie king seemed weak under the sword rainbow of will. Chunks of flesh fell from the sky. These were all cut by the sword rainbow of will on Fang Yuan's body. Fortunately, he had transformed into the six-armed heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan had completely lost his sense of pain. It was also because of the helmet that Water Pavilion had transformed into. Giant Sun's will did not succeed in attacking Fang Yuan's mind again. You're showing some improvement. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not succeed after a long time, getting hit most of the time and attacking less and less, Mo Yao's will was getting anxious. Easy for you to say. Fang Yuan snorted, his gaze becoming more and more ruthless. Giant Sun's will was different from ordinary enemies. It had almost no weight and was extremely fast, even changing directions very quickly. Fang Yuan's flying master attainment was not enough. In front of it, it was not enough. Giant Sun's will did not have a fixed form. Sometimes it was like a sword rainbow cutting, sometimes it was like a saber or axe chopping. Sometimes it was like a drizzle, sometimes it was like a heavy hammer. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of goo worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the Formless Hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88 Point Jianghu Tower. Yi Lui Sang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Lui Sang to obtain the help of other Gu masters. There are not many formless hands left. Although we lost many Gu worms, we have so many Gu worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A Gu master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other Gu masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading, the space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunxing and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were fighting intensely from time to time. There were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal Gu they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. The battle situation in the sky was very clear, everyone could see it clearly. He Lulan's words changed, but although Ancestor has the upper hand, he is unable to turn it into a victory. In the end, Ancestor's immortal essence was completely taken away by this scoundrel. Ancestor has over 10 immortal Gu, but is unable to activate them. Everyone nodded, agreeing with He Lulan's analysis. Yi Lui Sang asked, "Then what should we do next?" He Lulan laughed heartily, showing Tai by Yunxing in her hand. "This old scoundrel is that guy's senior brother, they have a very close relationship. Our abilities are limited, we can only try our best to assist Ancestor. It is still the same words. We need to capture Gu worms to increase our strength. I suggest that, in order to cooperate, we should all report the Gu worms on our bodies in full detail. I will go first." Gu masters usually kept their own Gu worms a secret. This was an extremely important information. Once it was leaked, they would be targeted by others and might even lose their lives. But the situation now was special, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This was the only way they could maximize their chances of survival. He Lulan was a formidable character, she had high prestige, and had taken the initiative to expose her Gu worms. The surviving Gu masters agreed, and with a few words, He Lulan once again took in these people for his own use. As for He Lulan, he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to ascend to Gu Immortal, and to obtain a strength path Immortal Gu, he needed the help of Giant Sun's will. And these people were powerful pawns for him to realize his ambitions. The intense battle in the sky had already reached its climax. "Caught you!" Fang Yuan growled, pouncing down like a tiger. His 6 hands were harder than steel pincers, grabbing at the sword of Giant Sun's will at lightning speed. But Giant Sun's will instantly dispersed, and the counterattack that Fang Yuan had prepared for a long time could only destroy a few golden thoughts. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but curse. Giant Sun's will could split and reunite. It was extremely agile. Fang Yuan lacked methods, he could only be a punching bag most of the time, and the few times he counterattacked, the effect was not good. Sigh, if there is no other way, we can only engage in a battle of attrition. Mo Yao's will said, Giant Sun's will is like water without a source. When fighting, he needs to think hard. This will accelerate the collision and consumption of his thoughts. Fang Yuan focused on the battle while rejecting Mo Yao's suggestion in his mind. We cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget the weakness of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, it can only be used for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killer move's aftereffects will completely transform my body into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Once I completely transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, my entire body will turn rigid, my aperture and immortal aperture will lose all life force, my cultivation will be cut off. Mo Yao said, you are underestimating yourself. Don't forget that you are already a strength path Gu Immortal, your life essence has been elevated. Thus, the time needed to use the killer move has been greatly extended, it is far from 15 minutes. A rough estimate would be at least an hour. Even so, we cannot afford to drag this out. Don't forget that the wind veil of assimilation is continuously getting thicker, compressing the space inside. My methods cannot restrain the special will. Does your water pavilion have any good methods? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao heaved a long sigh. Water Pavilion might be a rank 7 immortal goo house, but it is not specialized in intense battles, it is specialized in concealment and movement. Most importantly, my main body only left 20 beads of red date immortal essence. After so many years of supporting the immortal goo house's operation, only 5 beads are left now. If you want to rely on Water Pavilion to turn the situation around, give up on this idea. Be careful. Mo Yao suddenly shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Giant Sun's Will feigned an attack and attracted most of Fang Yuan's attention, before suddenly making a turn and moving to his back, attacking fiercely. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of green corpse blood, the 8 eagle wings on his back were smashed into pieces and his spine was completely broken by this attack. His entire back was caved in and his chest was protruding out. The huge force caused him to descend rapidly. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized his backup goo worms, attempting to fly back to the sky. But how could Giant Sun's Will give him this chance? He attacked while he was down, golden light flashed like a rainbow as he circled around Fang Yuan and attacked. Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms and curled up his body, barely protecting his body. Giant Sun's Will changed according to his will, slashing, smashing, stabbing, all sorts of attacks quickly caused Fang Yuan's 8 arms to wither. The 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's body was in a terrible state, with many wounds on its body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, otherwise his flesh body would have already died. Chapter 647. Fang Yuan had just conversed with Mo Yao's will, these few sentences flashed through his mind like lightning. But Giant Sun's Will managed to grasp this extremely short period of time, and caught the dazed Fang Yuan and gave him a vicious beating. Giant Sun's Will's grasp of opportunities was even better than Fang Yuan's. Boom. A loud explosion resounded. Fang Yuan fiercely smashed into the ground, rocks and soil flew and the whole ground shook slightly. Giant Sun's Will followed closely behind. Taking advantage of someone's weakness, it turned into a golden sword again. The sword tip was extremely sharp and fast, leaving behind a trail of light in the air as it stabbed down. Fang Yuan could not resist at all. At the crucial moment, it was Mo Yao's will that controlled Water Pavilion to turn into the water armor again, barely protecting Fang Yuan's life. Giant Sun's Will slashed and slashed again and again, hitting the water armor and creating huge waves. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and struggled. Using his only remaining arm to support himself from the ground, he withstood Giant Sun's Will's powerful attacks and slowly stood up. It's no use, you can't kill me. Your Giant Sun immortal essence has already been placed in my immortal aperture. Ah. Fang Yuan laughed wildly, attempting to destroy Giant Sun's Will's fighting spirit. But these words only made him even angrier. The frequency of the slashes increased by several times. Crack. Because it exceeded the limit, Giant Sun's Will's thoughts were self-destructing. But because of the frenzied attacks, the water armor could not withstand it. It was pierced by the will sword from time to time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He protected his head. As long as he protected his mind and did not let Giant Sun's Will invade his mind, no matter how many times his organs were pierced, he did not care. The water armor continued to be pierced and then regenerated. The blue light it emitted nourished Fang Yuan's body, causing his injuries to recover rapidly. Quickly dodge. If this continues, my immortal essence will be expended too much. Mo Yao's will reminded anxiously. No. This is a rare opportunity. You have to hold on. Fang Yuan refused to give in and remained standing in the same place. If you run out of immortal essence, you can lend me Water Pavilion if you want to use up your immortal essence. I still have more than 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's Will had gone crazy. It had done a foolish thing. It had actually consumed its own body in exchange for a powerful attack. If this goes on, it will destroy many more thoughts than I destroyed in battle. If that's the case. Mo Yao's will hesitated. The two sides fought fiercely. Another stalemate. Should we go and support the ancestor? Gu family patriarch Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting with Giant Sun's Will, He Lulan led the group and captured many Gu worms, greatly recovering their battle strength. The reason why he was able to capture the Gu worms so easily was mainly because there were many Gu worms in the wind curtain, and the number of formless hands was getting fewer and fewer. With a Gu in his hands, he was not flustered. Especially when they saw Fang Yuan being smashed to the ground and being suppressed by Giant Sun's Will. It wasn't just Gu Guolong. There were also other Gu masters who were excited and eager to give it a try. He Lulan did not speak. He looked around. The wind curtain of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls thickened and continued to compress the space inside. The goo groups had survival instincts and could only fly towards the inside. Thus, they were densely packed, almost covering the sky and covering the eyes. There were even times when a goo master stretched out their hand and casually grabbed the goo worms around them. Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom goo, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, attack together, don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed. "Oh Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight, it retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal goo, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal goo to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal goo, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal goo. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal goo and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal goo, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge. Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise goo at the same time. But it was no use, he needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Haha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Sun's will laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yao's will screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time, he released a majestic attack. Giant Sun's will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Sun's will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sun's will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sun's will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic. Chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome. greatly hindering his speed. Slap. Giant Sun's will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into two. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sun's will had used up his moves, he could not chase in time. Thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yao's will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway, I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them, he could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only two that he did not suppress with his will, they were Tai by Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai by Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh. A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly wave trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal, he had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked, he sneered, if this was the outside world I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling, you destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower, you destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, you still want to leave? Don't be delusional, you are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight, don't keep running if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sun's will said earlier was not wrong. Chapter 648. Giant Sun, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget, your Giant Sun immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without immortal essence, how can you activate your immortal goo? With just your special will, you cannot break the wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan's mind worked rapidly, trying to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. You want to negotiate with me? Ah. Giant Sun's will laughed, he could not conceal his anger. Why would I negotiate with you? I can kill you and take back the immortal essence from your immortal aperture, isn't that the same? I suggest you try destroying your immortal essence, maybe you can succeed. Giant Sun's will was fearless. It was not that immortal essence could not be destroyed, but it was not possible at this moment. If Fang Yuan destroyed it in his immortal aperture, the immortal essence would cause great harm to the immortal aperture, it would be suicide. If he destroyed it outside his body, the emitted immortal essence would instead help Giant Sun's will activate the immortal goo. Fang Yuan, I will not compromise. You can't beat me, but you can't escape either. What else can you do? You should just die. Giant Sun's will chased as he sneered. Fang Yuan was silent, he only focused on escaping. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation spread, it was silent, but it devoured and assimilated everything. The space that Fang Yuan could dodge became smaller and smaller. He was surrounded by Giant Sun's will, he was surrounded by danger. Giant Sun's will, I am standing here, do you dare to come? Fang Yuan stood still, he stopped activating worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will also stopped, he was a few hundred steps away from Fang Yuan, he did not get any closer. I expected you to make such a choice. He sneered in disdain, But so what? You are only delaying your death for a while. I will watch you die of old age. So it turned out. The place where Fang Yuan was standing was covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom countered Giant Sun's will, thus Giant Sun's will stopped his pursuit. After this intense battle, his remaining will was only the size of an adult, it could not withstand such intense consumption. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will reminded. There's no other way. Under these circumstances, what do you think I can do? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a resentful tone. He also felt extremely helpless. Standing in the halo of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan decreasing. However, he was forced to do so. Giant Sun's will hated him to the core, not giving him any chance to compromise. Sigh. Mo Yao's will sighed heavily. You're just struggling at death's door. Maybe at the next moment, Wisdom Gu will retract the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan remained silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan and the rest, all of you go and deal with this thief. The defensive Gu on his body. He had already used up more than half of his energy in the battle against me. You are forcing him towards Wisdom Gu. The closer he got to Wisdom Gu, the brighter and stronger the light of wisdom, and the faster his lifespan was consumed. I want to see just how much lifespan he can use up. He Lulan and the rest responded loudly. Even He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. They had already discussed this and now they attacked together, launching long-range attacks. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, standing in the halo. He activated his defensive Gu while retaliating with long-range combat Gu. His body was covered in 4 to 5 layers of light barriers. Dozens of bone shields danced in the air, and from time to time, stone doors rose from the ground, blocking the fierce firepower of He Lulan and the rest. Ordinary defensive mortal Gu were not useful against Giant Sun's will. But against these mortal Gu masters they were still very effective. Fang Yuan was a strength path cultivator, and was not proficient in long-range combat. But he had many long-range combat Gu, it was just that they were not systematic. Most importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at a disadvantage against everyone, and his situation was many times better than when he fought against Giant Sun's will. Hurry up and attack, don't stop for a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal Gu cannot be used continuously. He Lulan shouted. That's right. Mortal Gu are not immortal Gu, they also have a limit, activating them continuously will cause the Gu worm to collapse. Yi Lui Sang added. They were the leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe respectively, they knew a lot. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. In essence they were tools. Every tool had a corresponding usage. If a tool was used too much, it would be unable to bear the burden and collapse. When mortal Gu masters used mortal Gu because of their limited primeval essence, they could only use it a limited number of times, thus this disadvantage was not obvious. When Gu immortals used mortal Gu, this problem would be obvious. However, after a while, He Lulan and the rest's hopes were dashed. How can he have so many Gu worms? Someone shouted in disbelief. Fang Yuan's number of Gu worms was beyond their imagination. In the battle he continuously changed Gu, using them alternately like moving clouds and flowing water. Even if his origin is mysterious and he prepared many mortal Gu for his immortal ascension, it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many Gu. But it is impossible for a mortal aperture to carry so many Gu. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Don't tell me. Giant Sun's will thought of the scene of Fang Yuan opening the Stargate. Fang Yuan opened the Stargate at 88 Point Jinyang Tower, thus Giant Sun's will knew it clearly. It seems he used that door to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtained great support. Giant Sun's will was experienced and knowledgeable, thinking of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu, he immediately guessed the use of the Stargate. Thanks to Fang Yuan's who immortal blessed land, he had indirectly purchased large numbers of mortal Gu through jewel yellow skies. Although most of them were given to Tai by Yunxing. But he also had a lot of them. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, there was no harm in being prepared, it was finally put to use now. Humph, you borrowed a good external force. Unfortunately your opponent is me. Giant Sun's will snorted and suddenly moved. He was as fast as lightning piercing through the sky. He did not charge into the light of wisdom, but shot through the group of Gu worms. After a few breaths of time, he returned to the sky above He Lulan and the others, scattering a large number of mortal Gu. You have all been connected. Next, I will impart a killer move to you. Giant Sun's will said as he split into a dozen or so Gu worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sun's will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move. After He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free. I never had a name for it. Giant Sun's will set in differently. Right now it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light qi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited, the purple light qi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange, most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 sealing killer move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal immortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed, the goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light qi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light qi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light qi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple qi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo but difficult to seal offensive goo because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light qi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light qi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed, and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light qi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. I'll kill you, you devil! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere and was caught in the explosions, his skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, your sins are too heinous, you actually overthrew Truyang building. We ended up like this, it is all your fault. Gu Guolong shouted angrily, the wind blades he shot out were like blades, they were endless and had the ability to track, cutting open wounds on Fang Yuan's body. Rays of purple light qi were also shot out from time to time, and did not stop at all. The surviving dozen or so goo masters gritted their teeth, they were filled with anger, they wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink Fang Yuan's blood. They had worked so hard and fought in the battlefield, taking huge risks, and finally arrived at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to be a huge fortuitous encounter, but they ended up in such a state, their clansmen and friends were all dead. This difference was too great, facing the culprit who caused all of this, it was easy to imagine how furious they were. You are destined to die today, this is the result of offending ancestor Giant Sun. Some goo masters did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. Unfortunately, Giant Sun's will was not in human form, and no expression could be seen. Chapter 649. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not only in battle strength but also in his deep foundation. He had inherited a portion of the immortal Venerable's experience, and just a killer move that he created unintentionally forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation again. Damn it, is it time to use Spring-Autumn Cicada again? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought emerging in his mind. His first aperture was filled with heavy pressure, the aperture walls were filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Spring-Autumn Cicada floated in the center, its body flickering with alternating yellow and green light. Fang Yuan did not hold back, his aperture had clearly reached its limit, it might shatter at any moment. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using spring-autumn cicada. His goo worms were getting more and more sealed, his firepower was getting weaker, Fang Yuan was gradually getting beaten up. Come, fight back. The goo masters laughed wildly. Why are you scared now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Some sneered. You demon, to think you would have such a day, die. Someone cursed in pain. Seeing Fang Yuan being suppressed by them, they felt incomparable joy. Suddenly Mo Yao's Will's anxious voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. Oh no! Fang Yuan, zombie black spots have appeared on your body, the death energy has already started to corrode your body. If the black spots spread all over your body, you will become a 6-armed heavenly zombie king. An even worse situation appeared. The originally estimated time limit of an hour had not even reached, but Fang Yuan had already turned into a zombie. The zombie state had already been permeated by the death energy and could not be restored. Unless the killer move 6-armed heavenly zombie king was dispelled, the zombie black spots would continue to spread. No, once I dispel the killer move, giant suns will suddenly attack. At such a short distance I will not be able to react. I had no time to react. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. Although he had defensive goo worms, these mortal goo were not worth mentioning in front of giant sun's will. Only 6-armed heavenly zombie king. Only then could Fang Yuan gain a firm foothold. Right now. Although giant sun's will did not go deep into the light of wisdom, that was because the price was too high. The gains were too small. Giant sun's will could definitely give up. To lure the 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal goo at once. If I stop my killer move, giant sun's will most likely go all out and kill me. As long as I die. Then it would be able to take back giant sun's immortal essence. We cannot take this risk. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. But your body? Mo Yao's tone was hesitant and full of worry. Fang Yuan was silent, his gaze steely. At first it was only a small spot on his back, but in a short span of a dozen breaths, it had spread to the entire back. The speed at which it spread was getting faster and faster. Soon after, Fang Yuan's chest was corroded into a deep black color. The goo masters were slightly stunned at this situation. Giant Sun's will laughed. So that's how it is. You've been a zombie for too long. The balance between the death chi and life chi has been broken. Now the death chi is overflowing. You will completely become a zombie, a living dead, a monster that is neither human nor ghost. You will never be able to advance in your cultivation. Giant Sun's will was experienced and had broad horizons. He immediately saw through Fang Yuan's situation. The goo master's morale immediately rose. Someone laughed heartily. Ha, evil is doomed to destruction. Demon, you have committed too many evil deeds, you brought this upon yourself. Now even without us doing anything you are finished. Demonic path people are greedy for strength, they disregard everything. Now you have finally tasted the bitter fruit. What a pity, even if you became an immortal by luck, in the end you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of scheming, harming the common people, going against Ancestor Giant Sun, us, and the righteous path. Mo Yao's will also urged, Fang Yuan, the price of your actions is too high. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not dare to come in, he does not have much left. You have extraordinary talent and outstanding talent, you should not end up like this. It is not too late for you to stop now. Once you become a 6-armed heavenly zombie king, the chances of you returning to your human body are too slim. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his thoughts fluctuated and his expression fluctuated. But in the end he did not loosen his tightly clenched teeth. He had completely transformed into a 6-armed heavenly zombie king. The zombie black spots caused his body to turn pitch black. Inside the strength path immortal aperture, the clear world had turned into dark gray, white stone mountains had collapsed into ruins. The sky was gray, the earth was decaying, there was no longer a trace of life. And the first aperture was also deathly silent. The purple crystal aperture wall no longer had a clear and lively feeling, it was like a piece of gray stone. But precisely because of this, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada was no longer so dangerous. He had just become a goo immortal, but he had degenerated into a zombie. His past accumulations and all his achievements had become nothing. From now on, his cultivation could no longer advance. He had no potential to advance further. From this point, the current Fang Yuan could not even be compared to a mortal. Even with Fang Yuan's iron will, he felt disheartened. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his mind again. If I use Spring-Autumn Cicada, I can restart everything and retreat in time. I can naturally avoid this situation. But Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was already very close. There was no sound of wind, it only quietly spread and compressed the space, but it gave everyone an even heavier mental pressure. Fang Yuan faced everyone from afar. He suddenly made a shocking move. He stopped all his goo worms. He had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie now. He no longer needed goo worms to activate it. He allowed the purple light chi to land on his body, but this 38 sealing technique had no effect. As long as Fang Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow his aura and trace back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned, even Giant Sun's will could not help but gasp in surprise. But soon the goo masters burst out with even more intense attacks. Kill this demon. He actually stopped his goo worms in front of us, he is courting death. Everyone shouted and shouted with all their might. Fang Yuan retreated step by step, relying on 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's defense and recovery ability to resist everyone's attacks. Be careful, don't affect Wisdom Goo. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting closer to Wisdom Goo, He Lulan quickly reminded. The Goo Master's firepower was slightly restrained, it was no longer vast, but it was more precise, targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's appearance was unrecognizable, his chest was lacerated, his bones were broken and his organs were damaged. He had no choice but to turn around, his back facing everyone as he continued to take the attacks. Boom! A bolt of lightning fiercely struck Fang Yuan's back. A huge force pushed him to the ground. Cheers came from behind. Haha, I defeated him. This goo worm that I just caught is not bad, it should be rank 5 lightning hammer goo. Fang Yuan got up with difficulty. His back was lacerated, there were traces of lightning coiling around the wound, his spine was exposed in the air. Take my wind path killer move. Someone shouted. Swoosh. A huge sawtooth wind blade flew over, coiling around Fang Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell to the ground. This person was breathing roughly, his primeval essence was almost used up, but his eyes were shining with a cruel and excited light. He shouted, "Did you see that? Did you see that? I cut off one of his arms." You just grabbed his weakness. If not for the flesh on that arm being cut off, with only a single bone left, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. Even though 6-armed Heavenly Zombie King's body was strong, it could not block such frequent and heavy attacks. Everyone laughed, shouted, and ravaged Fang Yuan, taking pride in inflicting deeper injuries on his body, competing with each other. Fang Yuan was knocked down again and again, his tall and sturdy body became short and crooked. But he got up again and again. Even though he only had one arm left out of his 8. Even though he did not have any intact skin on his body, green zombie blood splattered everywhere. His organs were exposed, and his right shoulder was only left with a pale white scapula. What? Mo Yao's will cried. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough. Giant Sun's will suddenly spoke. The Goo Masters did not dare to disobey, their attacks stopped. At this point you are still not willing to give up? Your spirit is truly admirable. Giant Sun's will said in a gentle tone. Enough, it is not easy for you to reach this point. Give up, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will allow you to atone for your crimes. What? Ancestor Giant's son, you want to spare him? Ancestor, please reconsider. Everyone was in an uproar. Surrender? Fang Yuan chuckled, let me think about it. Giant Sun's will continued, you destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, your crimes are unforgivable. But I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Acknowledge me as your master and help me rebuild 88-point Jinyang Tower, only then can you wash away your sins. After Truyang Tower is rebuilt, not only will I return you your freedom, I will also teach you how to get rid of your zombie identity and regain your flesh and blood body. If others heard this, their hearts would have already wavered. Giant Sun's will gave Fang Yuan a way out, and more importantly, gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan muttered, let me think about it. Giant Sun's will smiled lightly, I will not give you any chance to stall for time, I will count to 10 and you will give me an answer. 10. Fang Yuan lad, are you really going to surrender? Be careful of Giant Sun's will's tricks, as long as you leave the light of wisdom, you will be his prey, he can do whatever he wants to you. Mo Yao's will worriedly warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, how can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it? Shortly after, he sighed, sigh to think that I still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada. What? Spring-autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history? Mo Yao's will cried out in shock. Chapter 650. That's right. As Fang Yuan said that, he sneered inwardly and asked Mo Yao's will in return, "Haven't you always wanted me to use it?" Fang Yuan, what do you mean by that? How would I know that you have the spring and autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will was startled and he immediately denied it. Fang Yuan let out a long laugh. Mo Yao, I'm a cautious person. Before I think about winning, I think about losing first. So, from the first day you lurked in my mind, I had already imagined the worst-case scenario. What's the worst-case scenario? That is, I have the spring-autumn cicada, and you know the secret of my rebirth. I think that when I first entered the water pavilion, your will already knew about this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. With a sincere expression, she shook her head and said, Fang Yuan, have you misunderstood something? Fang Yuan ignored her and continued, you knew this secret, but you pretended to be ignorant and showed yourself. Next, you pretended to feel guilty for letting Spirit Affinity House down, purposely giving me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In fact, this is just a cover for you. You've put in a lot of effort to win my trust. You helped me conceptualize 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, taught me ink transformation and other refinement path killer moves, helped me sneak into Truyang building, and also repeatedly warned me during the battle, acting as an advisor. These actions were all to lower my guard. At the same time, you have been tampering with my thoughts, subtly influencing my thinking. You truly have sinister intentions. Mo Yao's willpower raised its voice and showed a displeased expression. Little guy. What's wrong with you? How could you think of me like that? Did you take the wrong medicine? Mo Yao, you're amazing. I've had a big fall because of you. You acted so well that I almost believed it. When Giant Suns will awakened, you advised me to leave this place and return to the central continent, but on the other hand, you influenced my thoughts and made me continue to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun. On one hand, you persuaded me to help Ma Hongyun, but on the other hand, you tampered with my thoughts and stimulated my killing intent. It triggered my rage and fanaticism, causing me to impulsively try to kill Ma Hongyun, causing the destiny of my black coffin to increase greatly. To be fair, under normal circumstances I would only calculate benefits. How could he be so brainless? This is the first time I've seen the Frost Jade Peacock. After learning the conditions for becoming the master. After exiting the Truyang building, I actually recalled some things from my previous life, a certain person. My personality isn't weak to such an extent. These are the memories of my past life that I have suppressed in the deepest part of my heart. This is also your doing. You wanted to secretly attack me and pry into the memories of my past life while my state of mind was slightly fluctuating. Mo Yao's will widened its eyes and said in an unfriendly tone as if it had been wronged, Fang Yuan kid. All of this was clearly your choice, yet you ended up like this. Not only did he refuse to admit his failure, he even blamed it on me. Fang Yuan laughed, haha, admit my failure, of course I have to admit my failure. My foundation is still too shallow, especially when compared to you. Mo Yao and Giant Sun, experience and vision are no longer my advantages. But do you know where your greatest weakness is? Mo Yao's will snorted coldly, crossing its arms. Kid, if you say that again I'm going to get angry. I have helped you so much, is this how you treat your benefactor? Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him and continued, your greatest flaw is actually using Water Pavilion to take the initiative to collide with the rank 7 formless hand. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using spring-autumn cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans. Hee. Mo Yao's raised her head and laughed, retorting, Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into six-armed heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time, this is all part of your plan. Hehe, as long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, if I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time if I saw spring-autumn cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use spring-autumn cicada to go against the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice the goo master completely, leaving only the goo master's consciousness in the goo worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into spring-autumn cicada and destroy the goo master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history. Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, however, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are two main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring-autumn cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the goo master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, spring-autumn cicada is my goo worm, it is also my vital goo, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand, it is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills, thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me and raise my foundation so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate spring-autumn cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use spring-autumn cicada despite the huge risk. Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed, I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in Truyang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's will, and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere, it was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my spring-autumn cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, Giant Sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful, her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. a rank 7 Gu immortal and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jianghu Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap, mainly targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then I had betrayed the sect for Bo Qing. But I did not expect that after 10,000 years, the person I waited for would be you. Actually, when you were refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu, I had already discovered the spring-autumn cicada in your body. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I had tampered with the immortal Gu refinement process. My will was already hidden in the refined calamity beckoning immortal Gu. This arrangement was to deal with Spirit Affinity House's pursuers, because no one could find an opportunity to refine the immortal Gu and did not grab it. Chapter 651. Just like you said, when I found out you had Spring-Autumn Cicada for the first time, I was extremely excited and immediately thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. I used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to lure you to Water Pavilion. The 10% refinement of Water Pavilion was also a facade I made to make you lower your guard. After you go out, I will immediately activate the Water Pavilion and hide in the sweat on your skin. But regarding this point, how did you confirm that the Water Pavilion was on you from the very beginning? Fang Yuan replied, this is not hard to guess. Firstly, you had to ensure my safety. Just your will alone was not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion was the strongest guarantee. Secondly, thinking expended thoughts and damaged your will. I asked you to think of strength path killer moves, but I did not see your will weaken. After that, you fought with Giant Sun's will in my mind, refining True Yang Building's supreme true inheritance and also receiving the light of wisdom, but I still did not see any signs of your will weakening. The only explanation is that Water Pavilion is close to you. Your will was constantly replenished in the building. Back then, when I inspected the Gu worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not notice it at first glance. The crucial Gu worm should be that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, right? You guessed half right. Mo Yao's will said, Delight in Water and Mountain Gu can only produce joyful will, but this will of mine is not joyful will, it is transformed from joyful will through some other Gu worms. This kind of will can indeed influence one's thoughts, making people do things that go against their nature. That means, you purposely could not defeat Giant Sun's will? Fang Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed very strong, but the difference in battle strength between us is not so great. When I woke up from my daze, when I realized that Water Pavilion had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect me and save my life, I realized that something was wrong. Although I was vigilant earlier. But because of your secret influence, it gradually dissipated. But although I felt something was wrong, I did not dare to confirm it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big, there are only a few external factors that can affect the situation, how could I not pay attention to Formless Hands? Thus, I decided to take a risk and beat him at his own game. I purposely moved slowly and took a hit from the Formless Hands. The result proves that you indeed have ulterior motives. Later on, although the Water Pavilion was in ruins, however, I was still worried about its power. Thus, I deceived you into entering my immortal aperture and borrowed your Gu worms. Afterwards, when he fought with them from afar, he purposely got hit by their killer moves and most of the Gu worms he borrowed from them were sealed. It was to prevent anyone from entering. Do you have any Gu worms that don't require primeval essence to activate? Mo Yao's will heard this. Shaking his head, he lamented, Fang Yuan, you're too smart. Once you realized something was wrong, you calculated to this extent. Your acting skills are even better than mine. But there's still something I don't understand, Fang Yuan said. Oh please. Earlier, I had fixed immortal travel taken away by a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an immortal Gu that you want to get rid of secretly. It will affect your plans too much. But why are you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand will snatch the fixed immortal travel? And not other immortal Gu that are inferior to spring-autumn cicada? Mo Yao's will smiled bitterly. Kid, I am only the will left behind by my main body for 10,000 years, do you really think I can control the situation? The situation was so chaotic back then, the moment the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid that Water Pavilion's appearance would arouse your suspicions. but after it snatched fixed immortal travel I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts and made you make the decision to help Tai Bai Yunxing. This delayed your time and caused you to lose fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was stunned. Your luck is really good. Mo Yao shook his head, smiling bitterly. Back then I sneaked into Truyang building and wanted to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I let it escape. Ever since then my luck has been bad. Later, when I blocked the 7-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning immortal Gu in Water Pavilion. Unfortunately, the formless hand grabbed the core water harmony immortal Gu. If your spring autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have made a move long ago. But it had your Gu immortal will inside, so I did not dare to act rashly and could only infiltrate it secretly. I was lurking in your mind, paying attention to your thoughts and prying into your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split my attention. All my will was used to control Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, when you realized something was amiss, I would have sensed it. In fact, I might have even interfered with your thoughts and made you overlook this. Also, I really did not have much immortal essence left, most of it was used to nurture my will. Your battle of attrition was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would be different. Fang Yuan nodded. Sai, actually, I had an unfair advantage. Just a will cannot think as comprehensively as the main body. Especially when wills have their own characteristics, their actions will be biased. A will is a will after all, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body were to deal with me, I would have fallen for it long ago. Fairy Mo Yao, you truly live up to your reputation. Just by relying on your will, you were able to reach this step. Fang Yuan sighed repeatedly after revealing his cards. He instead consoled Mo Yao's will, as if he had forgotten that they were enemies, as if he and Mo Yao's will had been good friends for many years. He continued to sigh. This plan of yours is too difficult to execute, it is like walking on a tightrope, you need to pay attention to the balance of the situation at all times. If it was before when you dealt with me, I might have been deceived by you. Unfortunately, not long after I came to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake. And my aim is to not make the same mistake again. Saying so, the image of a white-clothed girl appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is all thanks to Wisdom Gu's help. Without using it actively, just the passive light of wisdom allowed me to think so quickly, I was able to think through many things and see through your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Gu. After saying so much, I have a question for you. What is your will? Mo Yao chuckled. There is no harm in telling you now. Anyway, you already know my methods, you will get the answer sooner or later. And in this situation, even if you find out my true motive, it is already too late. You using spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate is already a foregone conclusion. This will of mine is called fake will. Fake is real, true is fake. Fake will disguise as other people's thoughts and participate in the collision of thoughts, secretly changing the result of their thoughts and influencing their decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find out where you were hiding after searching my mind so many times. So you were disguising as my thoughts. But you are wrong about one thing, I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? Mo Yao's will laughed. I was the one who helped you perfect 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move. I purposely underestimated the time limit and turned you into a zombie body. You have already lost the possibility of advancing further. You have no future left now. I have been by your side for so long, I have a deep understanding of you, you no longer have any trump cards. In the current situation, the wind veil of assimilation is pressing down, you have lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can maintain the Stargate stably? Don't be unrealistic. You are currently being attacked by everyone, although you purposely acted low earlier, your battle strength is still lower than Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not true inheritance secluded domain. In true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts will be suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, I will not lend it to you anymore. Also, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge hidden threat, that is great strength true martial physiques He Lulan. Rank 5 peak stage think about the power of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only relying on the light of wisdom Gu to maintain the light of wisdom. Haha, strong enemies are waiting for you, you have no way out. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before speaking in a gentle tone. You are not willing to use spring-autumn cicada because you are worried about your black coffin luck. Actually, you don't have to be nervous. Spring-autumn cicada's weakness is this, it will make the host's luck worse and worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable suffered from this. Luck is indeed a huge influence, but it cannot decide everything, it also depends on who is facing it. You have so much bad luck, but you used your own strength and intelligence to contend against it and still had such accomplishments. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, but he could not grasp it. Even though he escaped, he must have fallen into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a prisoner. Fang Yuan sneered, "You have planned for so long, you must have made ample preparations, you definitely have the confidence to win. A contest of wills is my weakness, if I self-detonate, I will be using my weakness to fight against your advantage. How can I be so stupid?" Mo Yao also laughed, "To think that you also have a timid moment. Unfortunately, your guess is not completely correct. I indeed want to use spring-autumn cicada, but your foundation is not enough to go back to 10,000 years ago. I plan to go against the river of time and find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Using the power of the inheritance, I will go against the flow of time for 10,000 years. Hehehe, don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance is?" Mo Yao revealed a shocking news. She actually knew about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not reply, he only remained silent. In the outside world, giant suns will finally counted down from 10 to 1. "It seems you are stubborn, you want to resist till the end." Not obtaining Fang Yuan's surrender, Giant Sun's Will's voice was very deep. "There's no pity for this demon to die. Ancestor Giant Sun was merciful and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf, but he is still stubborn." Yi Lui Sang shouted, but inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Kill this demon, cut off his head and use it as our urinal. Today we will get rid of this evil for the people." The crowd was boiling. "Not good, the wind veil of assimilation is less than 100 steps away. Ancestor Giant Sun, what do we do?" Someone was panicking. Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Suns will wanted Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Fang Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Suns will had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. "Hey Lulan, this is a strength path immortal Gu for you, release your dark path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you." Giant Suns will said as he handed a strength path immortal Gu to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal Gu that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. "Thank you, Lord Ancestor." At the same time, Giant Suns will promise the other Gu masters many benefits, giving out Gu worms one by one. Giant Suns will raise the morale. "This scoundrel has done many evil deeds, get rid of him, you will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people, you will be respected wherever you go." We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Suns will had unparalleled prestige, he was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them, everyone mustered their courage and looked at Fang Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Fang Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked, they finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen, the Gu Master's killing intent surged, no doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Fang Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength true martial physique and Giant Sun's will. But they were also nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Gu suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of Gu flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now, it completely concealed it and hid among the goo group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sun's Will was the first to react, laughing loudly. Wonderful! This wisdom goo's wild will had just been born, it was still very immature. Previously he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sun's Will could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the wisdom goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here, accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale was high. Giant Sun's Will was even more restless. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds, it was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs, his eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe, his body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damn demon, why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward, his body was like a bear, he stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction, now you are dead. Fang Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now you have nowhere to go. Giant Sun's Will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's Will also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon, if Giant Sun's Will gets to your head I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter stopped, he said in a hoarse voice, Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned, these words were very familiar, after thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Renzu searched for the missing northern Dark Eye soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze for several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired, he collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of loneliness, he had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Renzu felt boundless coldness, confusion and pain. Time seemed to have stopped, he was the only person left in the world, a lonely person, there was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Renzu felt suffocated, but as time passed he gradually got used to the loneliness, he even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world. Coming and going in such a hurry. Then he heard a voice from inside his body, Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out, leave this godforsaken place. Renzu was shocked. Who? Who is talking to me? The voice laughed again. I am a goo called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart and you will discover me. Renzu quickly examined his heart of loneliness and indeed in the deepest part of his heart he saw a goo worm. This goo worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him. But it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times to the size of an ant. Renzu was surprised. This goo worm of yours, how did it get into my body? Self-goo said, Ever since you gained life I have been in your body, you just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me, you need to examine your inner heart in loneliness. Is that so? Renzu had no interest, he did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Eye Soul. Self-goo saw Renzu's waning interest and smiled. Renzu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world, let me help you leave this place. You can help me leave this place? No way, can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River? Renzu was surprised and joyful. Self-Gu laughed loudly. Oh Renzu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path. Renzu was confused. Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Gu already told me, where is there a second path? Self-Gu said, Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet. Renzu was even more confused. Then how do I walk? Self-Gu said, didn't I say it, you need to think about walking first. Think? Renzu tried to use his brain thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a Gu jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this Gu. It was Renzu's good friend, Cognition Gu. Where there is cognition there will be me. Cognition Gu said, Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you. Saying so, Cognition Gu let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Gu had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Gu would obtain wings. Back then Verdant Great Sun obtained wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles, it was very small. Cognition Gu guided, this pair of wings is called Renzu, it will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful, new paths are hard to walk, other Gu cannot be relied on, you can only rely on Self-Gu. Saying so, Cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still confused, how should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-Gu's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom. At the next moment his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted, they were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. Yi, who do you think you are, you dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience, they shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. Chapter 653. This Strength Path Phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Gu Masters. It was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind Mo Yaozhuo was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial Gu worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Gu Masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This Strength Path Phantom only has the form, at most it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital Gu to send out a Strength Path Phantom? How is this possible? The Strength Path Phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital Gu was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the Great Strength True Martial Physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined He Lulan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, with the help of immortal essence. Even mortal Gu had a huge advantage. But the Strength Path Phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lulan's Gu and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yaozhuo commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, Giant Sunswell had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well then. Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist. Using his only remaining arm, fist chi gushed out. It turned into a strength path phantom. The phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Gu masters. Fang Yuan punched again. It was another strength path phantom, but this time it was different. The strength path phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Dansheng had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom boom boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strength path phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Gu masters had just killed the 2 strength path phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many strength path phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one strength path phantom after another. The Gu masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 strength path phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Gu worm to create an illusion. But next, the strength path phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill? We will let you have a taste of our power. These strength path phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the strength path phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it, these strength path phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The Gu masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these strength path phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These strength path phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu masters enormous pressure. The Gu masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of strength path phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yao's will stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-armed heavenly zombie king? Mo Yao's will realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead, thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of strength path. His strength path phantoms were usually 2-armed phantoms. But sometimes he would use 4-armed phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-armed phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the strength path phantoms. 2-armed phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-armed phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-armed phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yao's will realize this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of two completely different Gu master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the Gu worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital Gu. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal Gu, the Gu worms used to assemble six-armed heavenly zombie king, and Fang Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into six-armed heavenly zombie king. He needed six-armed heavenly zombie king's Gu worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the black coffin death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path, this is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. You have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just about to say something, when Giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, "Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance. Most of your will and Gu worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date immortal essence is already under my control, you can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last." Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect. Otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it. Giant Sun's will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left. He could not think for too long, it would cause a lot of internal friction. Chance. Suddenly he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. "Old man, what are you so anxious for?" This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sun's Will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sun's Will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. "Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" I've been waiting for a long time." Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's Will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's Will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's Will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's Will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. "Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for?" Giant Sun's Will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's Will shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's Will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength, true martial physique, was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, Hey Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew, the phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength, true martial physique. At this moment, Hey Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by Immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. Hey Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. This? What's going on? Lord Hey Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng. No wonder Giant Sun's Will had chosen Hey Lulan and Ma Hongyun to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through Hey Lulan's true gender. Hey Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him. Condensing one strength path phantom after another, the army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of Hey Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards Hey Lulan. Hey Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me. Yi Lui sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with Hey Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's Will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. Hey Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. Hey Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the Strength Path Phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single Strength Path Phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 Strength Path Phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 Strength Path Phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacked one after another, they could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more Strength Path Phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's Enslavement Path army was his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui Sang and the others were killed by the Strength Path Phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sun's Will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's Will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's Will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the Strength Path Phantoms. His master-level Enslavement Path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these Strength Path Phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's Will attacked many times but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength, true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this Strength Path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Renzu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your Strength Path Phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power, you desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the Strength Path Phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lulan's cheeks. One day, when the Strength Path Phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother. In the room, He Lulan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant Sun's Will roared angrily, breaking He Lulan's memories. He Lulan woke up. She stared at Fang Yuan. Her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her? How did he do it? It is the final moment. The wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan self-detonate. I will save you. I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Sun's Will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. He Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Sun's Will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try. He did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down, her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Sun's Will saw that the situation was bad. He quickly shouted, Don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor? Don't forget, I am only lending the Strength Path immortal goo to you. It still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate. He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, you are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price, hand over your life. He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea. She carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure. She was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows evenly matched. Giant Sun's Will did not wait for long. He finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back. He clearly hated Giant Sun's Will to the core. Giant Sun's Will gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, He Lulan. As long as she grasped this flaw, He Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Sun's Will finally saw hope. Here it comes. He Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. You! Giant Sun's Will shouted in shock. He Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Sun's Will collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's Will before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him. He shouted in anger. He could not understand. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders? He Lulan sneered. Her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow? He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me which immortal goo can bring me back to life. You think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? Even if you are Giant Sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. He Lulan, she was still that He Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But He Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current He Lulan was unfathomable. He Lulan, you have the Huangjin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things, when did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sai, you're really embarrassing the Giant Sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Fang Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, He Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Fang Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, He Lulan said that Fang Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Fang Yuan or He Lulan, They were both meticulous, suspicious and ruthless heroes. The two of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Fang Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The two swindlers worked together sincerely. He Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this, I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Jianghu Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. True Yang building will be rebuilt and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from blood path, strength path and enslavement path, his wisdom path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court blessed land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine. It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. I know this is one of my conditions. Now I am suppressing your immortal goo, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel." He Lulan said shockingly. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you? The goo is with me. Without fixed immortal travel, how can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible," He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you are not using them. This method has its flaws. She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88-point Jianghu Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now she was clearly immortal but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then what do I get?" "Immortal goo dark limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of goo immortal Jianghu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of immortal goo dark limit. You committed such a huge crime, Northern Plains goo immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun immortal. But with immortal goo dark limit, you will not be able to find out your location." "Interesting. What else?" Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right? Not to the extent of dying together, it will bring me a lot of trouble. But it is true. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal gu. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Gu Dark Limit. After I use Fixed Immortal Travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my Strength Path Killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai Bai Yunxing was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai Bai Yunxing's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was the main point, Fixed Immortal Travel was the secondary point, after that was the Strength Path Killer move, and finally Tai Bai Yunxing. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, Fixed Immortal Travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of gu worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more gu worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated Fixed Immortal Travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a gu immortal, but she could activate Immortal Gu. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, what is the name of your killer move? Myriad Self. Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, Fixed Immortal Travel activated. He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using Fixed Immortal Travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of gu worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Gu and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying gu worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a gu worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Ha ha ha. In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely, spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu immortal blessed land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy, I have completely turned into a zombie, I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul, it has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace, there was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange, he knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master." At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Fang Yuan nodded and asked. "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights, this was the time in Hu immortal blessed land. 5 days in Hu immortal blessed land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept, he had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back. She believed him. One day. Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much. With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, he did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty, it could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead, it can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie, their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal, I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed strength path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast, white stone mountains had already collapsed, the ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks, it was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely rare, ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion. Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Fang Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo. As well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Fang Yuan to obtain victory in the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these there were other miscellaneous goo. For example, during Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise goo which consumed the most energy. Wind Flower goo that could quickly change direction, Soul Blade goo obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping, Battle Bone Will goo, Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo and others that goo immortals were equipped with. Among them the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Fang Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall. Green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances, they were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie goo, Azura Zombie goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie goo, Blood White Zombie goo, Nightmare Zombie goo, Plague Zombie goo and Earth Chief Zombie goo. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Fang Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female goo Immortal Fairy White Fox's obsession. Fang Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities. Invulnerable to all tribulations, no one could harm his life, he had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many goo masters and goo immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Fang Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom goo was the second method. Little Who Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Fang Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Who Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are 2 main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days, sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate, they have stopped their rockmen trade with us." Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their rockmen trade. Who immortal blessed land had Danghun Mountain? This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Danghun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Who immortal blessed land. Thus, over a year ago they sent Fangjing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the Rockmen trade. But their main target was Danghun Mountain and Guts-gu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Guts-gu trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Who immortal blessed land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted, thus they stopped the Rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Who immortal blessed land is not a paradise. It is located on Tianti Mountain and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble, there must be a reason behind it, I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Who immortal blessed land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Who immortal blessed land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie, his immortal aperture had become a dead aperture, there was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by two aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant sons will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day I, Guyue Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Hehe. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai by Yunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit, it could move freely in Who immortal blessed land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai by Yunxing again. "Junior brother, you. Sai. What should we do now?" As soon as he saw Fang Yuan, Tai by Yunxing was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Fang Yuan had completely turned into a 6-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Fang Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it, I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on. Senior Marshal brother, this place is simple and crude, please find a stone block to sit on." The cave Fang Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Danghun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Danghun Palace. After Danghun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai by Yunxing. It was restored. The restored Danghun Mountain retained this cave. But Danghun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber, the smell of cosmetics was too heavy, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave, it was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunxing chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together, they had gone through too many trials and tribulations in northern plains, they had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in true inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunxing twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu, the second time he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Bai Yunxing's life. At that time Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu immortal inheritance, he naturally understood the attraction of an Immortal Gu to a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the Immortal Gu to save him. Tai Bai Yunxing, it was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later Tai Bai Yunxing was captured by He Lulan. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunxing also approved of Fang Yuan's choice, he felt relieved, this was a rational decision. When he woke up he found he was already in Hu immortal blessed land, he was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed, being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, little Hu immortal returned the two Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before to him. Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind and gentle nature, he had deep feelings towards these two Immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from little Hu immortal, his heart shook, he could not feel happy anymore, his heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock, his face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. I am ashamed, junior brother, not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation. Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle, it is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead, I am much better than those dead people in Giant Sun's will. And at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. I have already profited greatly, senior brother, don't worry about it, you should be happy. Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world, its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was Immortal Gu, it could not bear the might of an Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land, its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through, Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release Wisdom Gu. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent, it was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things, junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before Immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions were sincere as he said this, he had already stood up impatiently. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother. You are very clear in your heart. This man as before Immortal Gu can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste, why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap slap slap. 5 to 6 times Tai Bai Yunxing actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunxing's hand. Tai Bai Yunxing could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly, "Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down." As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, "Senior brother, why are you like this?" "Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal goo to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this." Tai Bai Yunxing cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunxing had taken the initiative to lend his goo to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunxing woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunxing, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. "I am very happy that you can think this way." He smiled inwardly but said sincerely, "Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have wisdom goo." Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom goo is rank 9, it followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 goo immortal, you will never be able to refine it, you will not be able to control it." Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan, it is more suitable to be close to wisdom goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's back, consoling him. "Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will." Mo Yao. Tai Bai Yunxing was puzzled. "This is my other gain from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement path master, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House." Tai Bai Yunxing was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement path master. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunxing's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again. "And most importantly, senior brother, have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Jinyang Tower, he gave me a consumable goo to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I had already used this goo." Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunxing's soul in 88-point Jinyang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunxing's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunxing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path goo immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing in 88-point Jinyang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunxing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes brightened. "So junior brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way." The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yunxing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days, we just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ah. Longevity heaven is giant sun immortals grotto heaven? We just tore down this old guy's Truyang building, you swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring, you have to repay this kindness. Say it. Tai Bai Yunxing answered immediately without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yunxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunxing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, "Oh, junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother, ha ha." Tai Bai Yunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother. Aha, junior brother, I can understand you, I don't mind. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunxing had already left. He sat on a stone stool, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan only believed in himself, he never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunxing, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit Tai Bai Yunxing was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in northern plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person, he had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan, he had helped him several times in Truyang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunxing chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunxing chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunxing had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunxing felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Fang Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the Truyang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunxing's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunxing denied himself. Therefore he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal goo to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the Truyang building. She made Tai Bai Yunxing completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunxing trust him so much? Tai Bai Yunxing harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me. He will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunxing sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunxing a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai Bai Yunxing, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo. I have too many immortal goo, the cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunxing. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai Bai Yunxing's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising goo worms was like raising a mistress. Goo masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal goo was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal goo, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many goo immortals did not have a single immortal goo, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai Bai Yunxing, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. How is wisdom goo? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after wisdom goo was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that wisdom goo was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo shone with 5 colors. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at wisdom goo curiously. This was rank 9 wisdom goo. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense every place in the blessed land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. "Oh wisdom goo, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it." In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom goo was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful. Little Hu Immortal's eyes shone brightly, she laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. his thoughts were like lightning, he was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide, she was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths her figure started to fade. Little Hu Immortal, you are formed from obsession, although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, wisdom Gu still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing wisdom Gu. She shouted, like a child who had found a new toy, she was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing, you can even get wisdom Gu. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, it seems wisdom Gu has activated your little brain, go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu Immortal immediately frowned, she shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan, she flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down, Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged, his zombie body was tough and thick, there was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom, the first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside, external forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fang Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels, his thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fang Yuan's mind there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path Gu worms, they could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will Gu, deliberate will Gu, sharp will Gu and other Gu worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up, he could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited, his wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight, they shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another, the dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled, how many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in a million years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in Truyang Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone, Northern Plains will definitely be shaken, countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience, he felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Jianghu Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Danghun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains Gu Immortals might be able to use Wisdom Path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this Gu, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not to be underestimated, she was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father, this was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path Immortal Gu. Once he ascended to Gu Immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it Immortal Gu Dark Limit or Fixed Immortal Travel, they were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his Gu worm to create his will again. Very soon. His mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal Gu do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use Immortal Gu to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu with him. It was delight in water and mountain Gu that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence. He did not have much green grape Immortal Essence, he only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death. One used meant one less. He had to save his green grape Immortal Essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus he could only use Mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time he did not think about the external situation, he concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now, my cultivation cannot advance, how can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use Yin-Yang Rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie, Yin-Yang Rotation Gu is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet, his finances were bankrupt. Right now he did not even have a single Immortal Yuan stone, even Hu Immortal Blessed Land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining Immortal Yuan stone. At the final juncture he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in Gu refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockman slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gate stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockman trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the Gu path, nurture, use, and refine Gu masters not only needed to use Gu, they also needed to nurture and refine Gu. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now, his cultivation had stagnated, he needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later. Danghun Mountain's Palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed, the back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunxing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light, it was a rank 5 messenger pigeon Gu. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunxing's mind came back from the messenger pigeon Gu, he sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move, and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right. In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Dichio inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sai, Master's style is like this, it seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the Gu immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan, thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered for a moment before asking, Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th and have grasped 2 Gu immortal inheritances, Strength Path and Enslavement Path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples, can we get help from them? Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon Gu were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist, how could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunxing was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. He had just ascended to Immortal, he did not know much about Gu Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history, it first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now it has become a super force spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huangjin tribes and super forces of Northern Plains? Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies, the higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead, they cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Gu immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local super forces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's super forces. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing gained new knowledge, he asked in confusion. Then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed, they must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunxing was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces, they are not having a good time, they would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research, they have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 660. Sigh, I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's will sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fang Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fang Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fang Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fang Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fang Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fang Yuan greatly. But when Fang Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fang Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Qing met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent, romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then she turned her head around. He looked at Fang Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fang Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days. Turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive? You actually want this and that, don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fang Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times. You can do whatever you want to me. Even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fang Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fang Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed, no wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through, she failed completely. She could not even self-destruct, she was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured or died in battle, Mo Yaozhuo would have a chance to escape. Mo Yaozhuo was not discouraged, she was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now Mo Yaozhuo cooperated with him, it was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now, his purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom, he could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yaozhuo knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people, forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu, otherwise Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect, and mobilize Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, they announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tianti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled, Old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped, his expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal, with just the 3 of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge Crane Gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate, there is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do, then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother, you actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident, you clearly have a good plan. Ah, old Bai, your eyes are like a torch, I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have, why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House because of this. Tai Bai Yunxing became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo, I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types. Not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the Gruel Mud Goo recipe. But at this speed, if I complete it alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year, this showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed unless I use the rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while it finally came to a stop. A third of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use Delight in Water and Mountain Goo 3 times, my mind will be filled? No wonder the market of Jewel Yellow Skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short, it was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The Gruel Mud Immortal Goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Danghun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunxing chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used Wisdom Goo to deduce the Immortal Goo recipe. Not long ago he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen Wisdom Goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan Goo from Fang Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary Goo worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs, a pair of hands were placed on his dantian, a pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing like a giant, standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal Goo cannot be used. I tried using the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the Goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunxing heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat. Beaming with joy, he said, 1%. As expected of the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. That means, if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one Immortal Goo recipe? With these Immortal Goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then we will have an endless supply of Immortal Yuan Stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie there are such benefits." These days Tai Bai Yunxing had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Goo Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Goo Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Goo Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change, that was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Goo groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Goo Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies not only did they sell Goo worms and Goo recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Goo Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling Immortal Goo recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunxing was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the Immortal Goo recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. I told you before when I was selling the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing was not stupid, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a Goo recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued, I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, you have 26 beads, and Hu immortal blessed land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Hu immortal land spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains gu immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If wisdom gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the gu immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langya. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langya for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langya thinks you are a wisdom path gu master, and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the gu recipe. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langya, and know the method to enter Langya blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yunxing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Chapter 662. Old Bai, you are right, but I have no way of contacting the land spirit of Langya directly. Last time, I used 2 chances to obtain 2 immortal gu from that old man, land spirit of Langya, and was almost chased out by him. So I have no way of contacting him directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? The joy on Tai Bai Yunxing's face froze. The direct contact between 2 blessed lands was to use whole earth gu to connect the 2 places. Fang Yuan had used this method to trade the rockmen with Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan's relationship with the land spirit of Langya was not that good. Most importantly, Hu immortal blessed land was in Central Continent, while Langya blessed land was in Northern Plains. Even whole earth gu could not be used. To directly contact them, Stargate gu was the only way. Stargate gu was a pair of 2, but unfortunately Fang Yuan only had 1 Stargate gu left. The other one had already been destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. It seems that we can only return to Northern Plains and personally see the land spirit of Langya before we can cooperate. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. No, there is another method that depends on luck. Fang Yuan muttered, that old land spirit loves to refine gu, but he cannot go out to search for gu refinement materials. Langya blessed land's terrain is monotonous and its production is limited, thus he would always go to jewel yellow skies to purchase them. We can wait for him to come and stare at jewel yellow skies, waiting for Langya old immortal's divine sense. Right, there is such a method. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes brightened. So we will need to rely on old Bai's help. Fang Yuan said naturally. No problem, leave it to me. I will go back now and activate connecting heaven gu. Connect to jewel yellow skies. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest. He could not wait any longer and was brought back to his residence by the land spirit. He chose the western part of the blessed land. He built a small house. That was his temporary residence. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain was very similar to northern plains. Tai Bai Yunxing did not feel uncomfortable staying here, instead he felt like it was a peaceful home. He had roamed northern plains for most of his life, but now he had finally found an organization and settled down. Therefore he cherished this home very much. After sending Tai Bai Yunxing away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of collaborating with the land spirit of Langya. In fact, he had asked Little Fox Fairy to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies a few days ago, waiting for Langya Old Immortal's spirit will. But there had been no harvest these past few days. What he was thinking about now was not the land spirit of Langya but Tai Bai Yunxing. The journey to northern plains was chaotic and hurried, and during these days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan focused on Tai Bai Yunxing. She had gotten to know him better. Tai Bai Yunxing is indeed a good person. He had the ability but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of a normal person, but more of it is the wisdom accumulated from his life's experience. He does not see the big picture. No wonder he was once the young tribe leader. After roaming for so many years, he has both fame and strength. But he is still unable to establish a force. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. It was best for such a person to follow him. If he could not be left alone, his leadership ability would be worrisome. Because his personality and ideals were not compatible, if he was too far away, not only would he not be able to cooperate with him, he might even ruin things. These days, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had been interacting day and night. Their relationship had progressed. During several conversations, Fang Yuan told him about his experiences in his rebirth, only adding a non-existent Zishan Makoto. And Tai Bai Yunxing also told Fang Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai Bai Yunxing over to discuss matters. It might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fang Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai Bai Yunxing's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai Bai Yunxing invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fang Yuan's method, overruling Tai Bai Yunxing's plan. As this happened many times, Tai Bai Yunxing gradually became reliant on Fang Yuan, attaching importance to Fang Yuan's opinions, and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fang Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery gu that could enslave gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did not have it. But Tai Bai Yunxing was not Bai Ning Bing, nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery gu, he could still subdue Tai Bai Yunxing, and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast, thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant, the wind was blowing the pine trees. Fang Jing sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into 2 groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair, his bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fang Jing, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament, and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fang Jing's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test, and charge for the B grade evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5 whole jade flute gu. Once you have this gu, you can command the crane group, and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fang Jing's aperture. Fang Jing's master, Master Tenshuru's soul, was residing in this gu worm. Rank 5 whole jade flute gu. His eyes brightened and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Jing stood up and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry, and was filled with high spirits. Fang Jing sat on the Crane King's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate sect's encampment. In a short while he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fang Jing's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him, "Senior brother Fang Jing." Fang Jing nodded, "Junior brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior brother Fang Jing, please follow me." The Crane Gate disciple led the way. "Look, it's senior brother Fang Jing. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior brother Fang Jing is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior brother Fang Jing is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive." On the way, the whispers of the passers-by entered Fang Jing's ears. Fang Jing heard them and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fang Jing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat, and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Jing has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I'm sure that Fang Jing used Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fang Jing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. Brother? A trace of darkness flashed past Fang Jing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fang Jing felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Guyue and Fang Yuan. "Calm down, my disciple." Master Tenshiru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshiru's experience was much richer than Fang Jing's. These years of living together he had a deep understanding of Fang Jing. He consoled Fang Jing. "These years I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Your brother has no hope of survival. 3 supreme elders. That means 3 Gu immortal battle strength." Fang Jing's eyes brightened. He licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tenshiru knew what he was thinking. He laughed. "Fang Jing, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he will harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher. An executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Xin Shui heir." Fang Jing shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tenshiru was very satisfied with Fang Jing's attitude. Think about these years. Your training in Fu Hu Blessed Land was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu Hu Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 Gu master. You suffered so much. Wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Don't screw up. You cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited, it could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the crane gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the crane gate's plot against Hu immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal Gu recipes, there were too many factors to consider and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the Gu master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the Gu master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a Gu master used wisdom Gu, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To Gu masters. For questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in wisdom path, there were also immortal Gu that could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret Gu. Gu masters did not need thoughts to collide, they did not need to deduce, they could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this Gu was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Fang Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. Gu worms only had one effect, even rank 9 Wisdom Gu was no exception. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the greater its power. If the Wisdom Gu was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of Heavenly Secret Gu. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 Gu master who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly Secret Gu was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had Heavenly Secret Gu, I would be able to form an incredible combination with Wisdom Gu. If someone uses Heavenly Secret Gu to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly Secret Gu allowed the Gu master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. As for the other wisdom path Gu worms, Fang Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Fang Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court blessed land were wiped clean. Without Heavenly Secret Gu, wisdom path Gu masters would have to make deduction step by step. They would need to gather evidence, the more evidence the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court blessed land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains Jade Pool blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green, there were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu tribes Gu Immortal Tong Zhu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains righteous path Gu Immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's jade pool blessed land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky, they are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak, it was 20 to 30 feet long, it was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities, they nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu immortal had a third eye on his forehead, it was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Murong Qingxi and Guan Shinzhao are too kind. My tribe's jade pool blessed land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years, it cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yinyang blessed land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 desolation blessed land. The Gu immortal in front, Dongfang Yi Kong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool blessed land was the headquarters of a super force Huangjin tribe Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guan Shinzhao's third eye on his forehead looked around, he muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side, time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still, the Gu immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tong Zhu, was the first to speak. Lord Tong Zhu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death, I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up, he was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in northern plains. Dongfang Yi Kong stood beside Chang Fan, the latter said, Today Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence, it is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone please come in. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious, there was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza, there were 16 stone statues, they were arranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner, their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall, they sat down one by one. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat, he looked at everyone and smiled. This time, I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you. Guan Shinzhao and the rest looked at each other, they did not speak. It was still Tong Zhu who replied, Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang building or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction? Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed, My lifespan is coming to an end, I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe, the second is for my descendants, I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes after I die, I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement, everyone can take a look. If you have any objections you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 East Window Gu and handed them to the Gu immortals. The Gu immortals looked through it one after another, the conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other, he only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang building. When Gu immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced? With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought to all parts of Northern Plains by formless fists. Immortal Gu auras appeared in many places, causing Gu immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal Gu, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal Gu. This made the Gu immortals extremely moved. Alright, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tong Zhu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female Gu immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another Gu immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed, even Fairy Li Shan came. But this jade pool-blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers, how can we make an oath? At this time, Gu immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. Everyone don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. Yes. Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal Gu, among which almost half are rank 5 Gu, as well as 2,000 rare Gu, and over 800 ancient Gu. Some of these ancient Gu are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal Yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture, thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal Yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal Gu recipes. After returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. These days I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep. But Land Spirit of Langya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Bai Yunxing's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya used divine sense Gu, and called himself Langya Old Immortal, in jewel yellow skies, and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the Land Spirit of Langya. He recalled that in his previous life, Langya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the Land Spirit of Langya to have no time to refine Gu and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fang Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal Yuan stone. A caddy of Hurricane Mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal Yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal Yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal Yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Bai Yunxing talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days, Fang Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan handed him a letter, interrupting his chatter. "This is a letter from Crane Gate, take a look." Tai Bai Yunxing focused his attention, his brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter, this time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Bai Yunxing said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Feihe Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fang Yuan analyzed. That's right, Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing considered his words, carefully looking at Fang Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fang Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu master. He had a benevolent personality but could also be said to be weak. He seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Bai Yunxing. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Danghun Mountain represented were too great. Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fang Yuan would not give up easily. Thus, Fang Yuan consoled Tai Bai Yunxing. Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Crane Gate also had their own difficulties. In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years. This meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will support you until the last moment. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry, I Gue Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack. But the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fang Yuan's words. However, Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter Gu get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu created by Feng Jioga. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter sending green bird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Jioga. Because back then, Feng Kim Huang's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Jioga, there was also his wife, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan. The original intention was for Fang Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan was originally very confident in this letter. But Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fang Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter-sending green bird Gu was created by Feng Jioga. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the green bird Gu was not high. But this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. All right, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we will send another letter. Days passed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably Fang Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Langia and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately there was no news of these two keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the perplexity shrouded Fang Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fang Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it. With spring-autumn cicada, his luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal Gu remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal Gu remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost the Stargate Gu. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Danghun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Chapter 665. Hearing Fang Yuan say, "Not enough," He Lulan snorted in displeasure. "Fang Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death." Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk. He said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori? He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing, "Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunxing. Also, is wisdom Gu in your hands?" Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. "How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here?" Tai Bai Yunxing praised inwardly. Fang Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions as if he had really lost wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment she squinted and said in a rascally tone, "I don't care if you really lost wisdom Gu, I only know that wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Jianghu state. Regardless of whether the wisdom goo is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the wisdom goo, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the goo immortals in the world will chase after you crazily, until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. Hey Lulan. You've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Haha, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' Truyang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that wisdom goo is in your hands. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred? He Lulan's expression changed and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we work together during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are 2 goo immortals. He Lulan snorted coldly. You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this. She hesitated inwardly but still chose to give in even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled. From this, he could see the sincerity of the other party's cooperation. He continued, finally, I need to know the ins and outs of the entire matter. The reason why you wanted to kill your own father. He Lulan was silent for a while before agreeing, you are indeed a suspicious person. I can also satisfy your third condition. Actually, there is nothing to hide. Next, from the conversation, Fang Yuan finally learned of He Lulan's secret of revenge. It turned out that the root of all this was 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Truyang Tower, there was a true inheritance called Yin-Yang Life Extension Method, which was taken away by He Qing long ago. Fang Yuan had coincidentally seen the empty light lumps left behind by the Yin-Yang Life Extension Method. This true inheritance was a lifespan extension method created by Giant Sun Immortal after researching Rinzu. To use this method, a male and female goo immortal had to cooperate, and through intercourse one party's lifespan could be extended. But this method had a flaw. If one party's lifespan was extended, the other party's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one party's lifespan to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had been widely spread in Northern Plains, causing countless Northern Plains girls to take the initiative to find their love. Over 200 years ago, Su Xian was a concubine daughter of Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she often served as a wine-pouring maid at banquets for esteemed guests. Once, when Su tribe leader hosted He Qing, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love at first sight. However, Su tribe leader plotted against He Qing, and He Qing was poisoned by a goo, his strength fell to rock bottom and he was chased by others. After Su Xian learned of this, she resolutely left the tribe camp in the middle of the night to save He Qing, whom she had only met once. At that time she only had rank 1 cultivation, and with Northern Plains wolf groups roaming at night, killing intent was everywhere, she was simply courting death. But by coincidence she found He Qing who was unconscious on the ground. He Qing was thus saved, and the conversation between the two became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He Qing asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your Su tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman, why did you come to save me, an enemy of Su tribe? Su Xian answered, Young master has the air of a hero, I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted, he was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today, I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Su tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Su tribe bloodline. He Qing was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Cheng, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Su tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Cheng had many wives and children. Su Xian was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Cheng and Su Xian gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lu Lan. A few years later, Su Xian died. He Cheng was extremely sad. He announced to the public, his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Inyang life extension method in True Inheritance secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him, but in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path Gu immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the Gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time he's targeting me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I become a Gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Inyang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Cheng was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a Gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's Gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when He Cheng called your name. Fang Yuan nodded, looking at He Lulan again. He had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause there would be no effect, and with effect there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and above board without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Ren Zhu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. But the next moment he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt, the edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head, at the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered, her eyelashes were thick, she breathed softly, her hands were as white as snow, her movements were light and slow, she was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big, there was only her. But on the tea table there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance, his hair was white like snow, his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, they were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunsheng." The old man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan, the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie 6 meters tall with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Guiyue Fang Yuan. "Little aunt, I am back." He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fang and Bai. "My relationship with Little Lan has always been kept a secret, outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today she exposed it, it shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan, Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Jinyang Tower." Fang Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal. But I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu immortal blessed land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fang Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu immortal He Cheng. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. "Please take a seat, this is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fang and Bai to sit down. Fang Yuan waved his hand rejecting. "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea." Junior Fang is really decisive. Fairy Li Shan praised before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm, it was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone, there was a pair of huge pincers on its head, its back was not smooth, it was like a craggy mountain wall, there were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time, "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu, it is as famous as Si Vow Gu. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated." "Junior Fang, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow?" Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. "What place can be better than this mountain?" Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand, he asked in confusion, "What mountain is this?" "This mountain is called Snowy Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Snowy Mountain, I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals? Snowy Mountain blessed land?" Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. "Where else did you think it was?" He Lulan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. "There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced, you have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu immortal world from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3rd peak. You can call her 3rd leader." 3rd leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal, moreover, she was the 3rd leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough cough cough. Dongfang Naginori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. "Lord, A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad, Liang air, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this, he gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, your talent is better than mine in the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I Dongfang Naganori am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red, he choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. Dongfang Yuliang lost his parents when he was 11, not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally he spoke with a soft voice, "Give me your hand." Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it." Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red, he felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, "Although Dongfang tribe and the other Righteous Path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor, you must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety, there is no need to rush. In the tribe there are demonic path spies." Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish, the redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. "Lord." Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears, he could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces as well as the righteous and demonic Path Gu Immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline, they only had the name of a super force, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu Immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances, he made strong friends and killed weak neighbors, he even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu Immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path Gu Immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move, they could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another, those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp, even if they realized it they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu Immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori, they secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled, dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow, this was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements, the blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyang Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal goo to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai by Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in northern plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai by Yunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar, there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Fang Yuan stretched out his thick monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai by Yunxing entered his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a goo worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person, it was jade green. It had no temperature, it was very cold. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious goo worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path goo immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now there was no news of them. They were definitely captured by a goo immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the goo master's strength and methods. Right now Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which goo immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains goo immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains Ma Hongyun was a witness. He was likely to expose Fang Yuan. Therefore Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulan. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fang Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Langya Blessed Land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 cloud pavilions. However, what Fang Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai by Yunxing came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. Why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai by Yunxing frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look, Fang Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. Look there is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color, its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. This is the desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish, Fang Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langya had a beast enslavement immortal gu that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langya suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's presence. In front of him was a gu immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman gu immortal. What? Another strong enemy? The Inkman gu immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkman gu immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langya blessed land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman gu immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know, this kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beast to stop him for now. The land spirit of Langya said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langya has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langya blessed land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Bai Yunxing said this, a huge yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Bai Yunxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes, it only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Bai Yunxing finally recognized this desolate beast. This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he encountered a swamp crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Gu on it. It brought disaster to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan stepped into northern plains and conspired to obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before Immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan risked his life to not only save Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yunxing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and gu. The swamp crab blocked the two's path. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and asked Fang Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fang Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight. Be careful." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Fang Yuan. He was a healing gu immortal. Under normal circumstances he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Fang Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply, his back straightened and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red, his face was green and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body. But it was extraordinarily agile, its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. He seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Fang Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack just now. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fang Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, his 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fang Yuan's back opened. He stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fang Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fang Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Even if Fang Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab's shell is extraordinarily hard, its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it, I can only use brute force to counter brute force, using brute force to counter brute force, that is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws, they were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability, it could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam, each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew, fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream, its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded, this was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab, the crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer, it screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fang Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Chapter 668. The land spirit of Langya looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkman Gu immortals and Tai Bai Yunxing feel a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms, he had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Fang Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had not a single immortal yuan stone, thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal goo. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession, thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear, so Fang Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path, its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Fang Yuan huge trouble and made Fang Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad Self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Langya glared at Fang Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing behind Fang Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Langya had a tall and thin body, his hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's, he wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Fang Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Langya. He stared at the land spirit of Langya who was tied up. Furrowing his brows he said, "You're under a seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel-yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Langya's eyes widened and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Land spirit of Langya, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine Gu now. You're really losing face for your main body. Fang Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Langya's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Langya blessed land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Langya repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Langya scolded at Fang Yuan, "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of Truyang building was definitely caused by you. So many people died, the clansmen of two super forces lost their lives, the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill, your days must not be good." The Inkman Gu immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman Gu immortal's pupils shrunk, an intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out, it was too late. "How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these two?" The Inkman Gu immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The two people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down, and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the Inkman Gu immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkman Gu immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these two fierce people. "Land spirit of Langya, why aren't you introducing this person to us?" Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want land spirit of Langya to reply, who knew what the straightforward land spirit would say. Thus, the Inkman Gu immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, "I am Imo Tan Sang, I live in Inkman City, I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains." Tai Bai Yunxing's brows rose, he had not expected this person to have such a background, he immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks, many of them were sold as slaves, their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence, they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in Northern Plains, they had 3 Inkman Gu immortals. The Imo Tan Sang in front of them was the Inkman City Lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless Gu immortals and maintain the Inkmen's survival. This was not easy, it showed the Inkman King's talent and methods. Inkman King Imo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Inkman King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant, he had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkman King Imo Tansang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring, he could also adapt to circumstances, he could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lightly praised, "So it is the Inkman King, you indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The Inkman King quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, "I have been good friends with the land spirit of Langya for many years. In fact, Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkman City is most proficient in Chi Path, and coincidentally the land spirit of Langya was struck by a Chi Path seal. Thus we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of northern plains to be in chaos. Such elegance I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkman City. We have always been suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkman City, offering countless Inkman women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the land spirit's friend. That means you are my Imo Tansang's friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkman City as a guest." As expected of the Inkman King, he was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill, and was neither servile nor overbearing. It was very rare. "Who is a friend of this brat?" The land spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fang Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, replying with deep meaning, "There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkman City to take a look." Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Langya. Not buying the land spirit's words, he continued to provoke, "Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine Gu for me. Did you forget I still have one chance to ask you to refine Gu? If I ask you to refine Gu, you have to do it even if you don't want to." The land spirit of Langya had no shrewdness, his anger surged again. Normally, Gu immortals would ask him to refine Gu. Their attitudes were all polite and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fang Yuan? But what Fang Yuan said was the truth, he still had one last chance to refine Gu. The land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. "Damn this scoundrel, I'm so angry, so angry." The land spirit of Langya's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly he smiled happily, "Ah, I am trapped, this Chi Path seal is too troublesome, there are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier the Inkman King only unlocked the first layer. Aha, I really can't help you refine Gu now, I can't do it, this is great." Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death, unable to refine Gu, his greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fang Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Langya laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was not in vain, his horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan easily. Fang Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter, I want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" the land spirit of Langya asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Langya had high intelligence, he had an honest nature, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fang Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple, you should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal." Fang Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Langya mocked. "Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a zombie now, you still want to deduce a Gu recipe? Or an immortal Gu recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." The Inkman King said, "If it is an immortal Gu recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Langya was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger, "Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal goo recipe." Chapter 669. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the goo worm in Fang Yuan's hand. The goo worm was brimming with immortal energy, it contained surging laws, it was no doubt an immortal goo. But no one knew what immortal goo it was. Only Tai Bai Yunqing's heart jolted. He recalled what Fang Yuan had once revealed to him. This goo. Land spirit of Langya's eyes shined. I have never seen this goo before, this is a new goo. He jumped in front of Fang Yuan. His nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the goo worm. He sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next he shouted, "Ah, this is the aura of luck path, this is a luck path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed Truyang building but it seems your gains are not small." Fang Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the great land spirit of Langya is so ignorant. This is not a new goo, it had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this goo is called Calamity Beckoning. It was created by a certain generation's fairy Mo Yao of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shined. If I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Inkmen. She cultivated to rank 7, her charisma was outstanding, even the famous sword immortal Bo Qing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar. When he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. "Sire, please don't blame me, I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young, thus I am very familiar with her deeds." Fang Yuan found it funny, to think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Fang Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from the humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Fang Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal goo. Fang Yuan mocked for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning immortal goo and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of goo worm this is. The Land Spirit of Langya immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath, his nervous expression turned into pride. Of course I recognize this immortal goo. It was called Cleanse Soul, it was a supplementary item for Soul Path Goo Immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Danghun Mountain's Guts Goo was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luopa Valley's Fog and Luopa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It could refine a goo immortal's soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body. You actually recognize this goo. Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked but inwardly thought, so this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul, I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self allowed Fang Yuan to create his own Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms contained a trace of Fang Yuan's soul, thus Fang Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the Killer Move Myriad Self would expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. The Land Spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan's shock and the pride on his face intensified. But Fang Yuan continued, "You are lucky this time, you happen to recognize this immortal goo." "Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength." "If you have strength, you don't even know Calamity Beckoning immortal goo? You. Forget it, look at this immortal goo, you definitely won't recognize it. Take it out, let me see its background." The Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Fang Yuan took out another goo. The Land Spirit of Langya concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time, he laughed, "Haha, this is the Luck Path Immortal Goo Rising Azure Cloud." Rising Azure Cloud? Tai Bai Yunqing interrupted. "That's right." The Land Spirit of Langya was proud, shaking his head. "This goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud." Fang Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. "Land Spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it. The land spirit of Langia retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time, his expression changed. Ah, so it's you. What goo is this? Tai Bai Yunxing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point he had already seen through Fang Yuan's intentions. Although Fang Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang building, he did not know their origins and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo, and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful and might harm oneself. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada, these immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual. Even if they were activated without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although Wisdom Goo could assist Fang Yuan, this was a deduction based on Fang Yuan's knowledge. The land spirit of Langia did not suspect anything. He showed off his knowledge. This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar. It is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records, and paid close attention to it back then. I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo. It combines nurturing and refinement. Fang Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage, and refinement, 3 aspects. Normally speaking, although these 3 aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Fang Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. But there was a type of goo worm that combined nurturing and usage. Fang Yuan was very proficient in it in his previous life. It was the infamous rank 5 goo, Blood Guillotine. Then this woman's heart that combined nurturing and refinement. What goo was it? Fang Yuan was curious, but it was not convenient for him to ask this question directly. At this time Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated. It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. I have lived for so long. This is the first time I have heard of it. The land spirit of Langia glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing. Lad, you are still young, you have not lived long enough. The number of goo worms is as vast as the sea, they vary greatly. Nurturing, usage, and refinement, all 3 aspects are profound and profound. As the saying goes, woman's heart is the most vicious. This immortal goo, Woman's Heart, is a poison path immortal goo. Its poison is extremely fierce. We need to feed it. We need a woman's heart. The process of feeding it is a process of continuous refinement and refinement. The more hearts you feed it, the more venomous it will be. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. It needs a woman's heart? So vicious. This is a demonic goo. Actually, we can use a female variant human's heart as a substitute, but the effect is slightly worse than a human's heart. The same poison requires even more female variant human hearts. The land spirit of Langia recalled. Tai Bai Yunxing said with a solemn expression, even variant humans. They are living beings. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, they have feelings and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo? Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo, Woman's Heart, and took out another immortal goo. Land spirit of Langia, I admit you do have some ability. But it is only at this level. You are slightly inferior to me. Haha, this immortal goo in my hand. You will definitely not be able to guess its origin. Fang Yuan was very confident. The land spirit of Langia's gaze was attracted by the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, his expression clearly becoming nervous. But after a few breaths of time, the nervousness on his face disappeared. He let out a breath of turbid air. I recognize this immortal goo. Haha, back then when my main body and giant son immortal discussed cultivation, I saw this immortal goo. Is there really such a coincidence? Fang Yuan said with an expression of disbelief. Of course. The land spirit of Langia's eyes were spewing fire. Fang Yuan's expression of disbelief made him feel very unhappy. To prove himself, he said everything he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. Its effect is very special. It can link the goo master's luck with other people's luck. If one side has good luck, it will be shared with the other side. Similarly, if one side has bad luck, it will also affect the other side. If you also have luck inspection goo, you can observe other people's luck. If you see a lucky person, you can use this Connect Luck Immortal Goo. But this is not the best way to use it. Because luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. If you want to use it like this, you will need another Break Luck Immortal Goo. A better way is to use other Luck Path Immortal Goo together, to link your luck with the luck of mountains and rivers, the luck of rivers, the luck of blessed lands and grotto heavens, or even the luck of immemorial desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing understood the logic and nodded in agreement. That's right, famous mountains and rivers have existed for a long time, blessed lands and grotto heavens are not easily destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are comparable to rank 8 Goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than a person's luck. The land spirit of Langya sighed, luck path is a different path, it points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added, the 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Fang Yuan's scheme, he wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about Immortal Goo. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Fang Yuan just for this. Fang Yuan nodded at Inkman King before looking at the land spirit of Langya. Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your Immortal Goo recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the Immortal Goo recipe for you, I will give you an Immortal Goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the Immortal Goo recipe, you can take my Immortal Goo. That way you can be at ease. The value of Immortal Goo usually far surpassed the Immortal Goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting, Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Alright, I will not take any risks in this transaction, I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first, I will give you at most 3 Immortal Goo recipes. No matter which Immortal Goo recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an Immortal Goo recipe, give it to me, I will give you the Immortal Yuan Stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. Chapter 670. After smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial, the profits could help Fang Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. But these methods required time to plan or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langya was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan left the Cloud Path Immortal Goo, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement Goo. Fang Yuan did not lack movement Immortal Goo, he already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suitable for Water Path Goo Immortals, it was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising Azure Cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending, its speed was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fang Yuan was a pragmatist, to him Worldly Wave Trace was more practical. That night in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence, in that situation he did not know Langya Blessed Land's true state, he had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value. Not to mention 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, even if it was 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat with Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Goo. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement immortal Goo, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Li Shan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other and even worked together in secret. Fairy Li Shan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dongfang Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Li Shan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Langya. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a Demonic Path Overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying, firmly occupying the peak of rank 6. He had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu was unique to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal Gu created him. Without this mystical Gu, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fang Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fang Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring Autumn Cicada's luck. The Land Spirit of Langya provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The most praiseworthy way was to use other Luck Path Immortal Gu with Connect Luck Immortal Gu, connecting the Gu Master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck, they were not easy to destroy. But Fang Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one Luck Path Immortal Gu, he did not have anything else to use with it. Fang Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. The Land Spirit of Langya had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck. one has to pay attention to it at all times, otherwise the user would be a burden. If it was used with break luck goo, it would expend precious immortal essence and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He knew who the influential figures of each era were, he even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures, and use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, my luck has always been terrible, after linking my luck I will always be the one to benefit. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel he would not be able to roam the 5 regions, he would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes that Fang Yuan had brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo remnant recipes were very high in completion, they were all above 90%, one of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Goo recipe, the wills produced by Mortal Goo were not enough. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first. At the same time in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunxing had his hands behind his back, standing in front of Land Spirit of Langya and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state. His eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunxing stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for Land Spirit of Langya, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Bai Yunxing did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land Spirit of Langya sized up Tai Bai Yunxing, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others. This strange feeling was not common. He took out Landscape as before Immortal Goo and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise, "To think that there is such a miraculous Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo is extremely valuable." Land Spirit of Langya was also interested. "I have heard of this Immortal Goo, it was once Immortal 9 Regrets' possession. Immortal 9 Regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, not only does he have Landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this Immortal Goo of yours personally. Study it for me, it will definitely give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 Immortal Yuan Stones as compensation." Land Spirit of Langya had a huge business, he was a very wealthy person, he did not lack Immortal Yuan Stones. 5 Immortal Yuan Stones. Tai Bai Yunxing hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal Goo were very private, they were not easily exposed. But Tai Bai Yunxing had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future. Thus he had no choice but to expose Landscape as before Immortal Goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Langya? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing did not agree, Land Spirit of Langya was very disappointed, but he still paid. "You restored all of my cloud soil according to the transaction, this is 3 Immortal Yuan Stones." Tai Bai Yunxing however waved his hand and refused. "I will not accept these 3 Immortal Yuan Stones. When Fang Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together." Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Langya, isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fang and Bai would harm Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was very straightforward, he did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, "Humph. That brat is crafty and sly, he dared to have such a bad attitude towards me, I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly." Aha, what Goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie, does he think I can't see it? Little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the arrogant and laughing land spirit of Langya with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fang Yuan but in wisdom goo. Fang Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success. He sighed. In just a short while he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fang Yuan also exclaimed, this final step can be said to be miraculous. It is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself. Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough, I just lack inspiration. Fang Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete, it was just one step away. Therefore, Fang Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fang Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will, he only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing, his thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fang Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fang Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fang Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used Divine Sense Goo to contact the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly, thinking that Fang Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fang Yuan handed him an immortal goo recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing, amazing. He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the land spirit of Langya showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago he was extremely pessimistic about Fang Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after Fang Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal goo recipes and hand it over to him? The land spirit of Langya could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted, "Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird, you actually managed to find this immortal goo recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally?" Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fang Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fang Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a wisdom path goo master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fang Yuan felt some heartache. Langya Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region, whole earth goo could not be used. He could only use Stargate goo. Land spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate goo, right? Fang Yuan asked. Hey rascal, you know me quite well. Land spirit of Langya admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate goo's recipe from Fang Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate goo and gave it to Fang Yuan, before refining the second set for his own collection. Fang Yuan nodded, transmitting, Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our two blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate? Build a Stargate? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head, rejecting Fang Yuan's suggestion without much thought. Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Langya blessed land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him anymore, instead passing the second immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. You actually completed another one? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this goo and also a goo refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it? Land Spirit of Langya chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal goo recipe. Haha, old man, the new generation excels the old, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Langya blessed land all day, you don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day I will surpass star constellation immortal venerable. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land Spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal goo remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Sigh, do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary, there was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster, they feared my wisdom and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles? My talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven. Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. Hey rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing two immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well, only then will I admire you. Fang Yuan was silent. Land Spirit of Langya raised his head. Kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility, ahaha. Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe? Fang Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land Spirit of Langya's laughter stopped abruptly, he shouted in shock. What is this? What are you doing, what are you doing? There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried, he heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Land Spirit of Langya's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession, he had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land Spirit of Langya mumbled, he was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy, finally he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along, even his main body was stumped, he could not take the final crucial step. Sometimes, Land Spirit of Langya even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end, there was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fang Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fang Yuan had deduced. Chapter 672. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius Gu master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking. It is not just rare in 100 years, it is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Land Spirit of Langya immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right, only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and immediately felt that Fang Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying. Instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Fang Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to Land Spirit of Langya over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile. It would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land Spirit of Langya might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Fang Yuan had no choice, he was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Fang Yuan cry to? Fang Yuan smiled. Land Spirit of Langya did not respond, but he knew. These 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused Land Spirit of Langya's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions. Thus he spoke, Land Spirit of Langya, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal yuan stones while you need immortal goo recipes. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the Land Spirit of Langya hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Fang Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent. This truly changed the Land Spirit of Langya. They had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's suggestion caused the Land Spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Fang Yuan persuaded again, Land Spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Langya blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Langya blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you through the Stargate. Protect me? The Land Spirit of Langya was finally moved. He thought of Fang Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Langya blessed land, causing the Land Spirit of Langya to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Fang Yuan asked again, you haven't sold Stargate goo in Jewel Yellow Skies, right? Not yet, I don't lack immortal yuan stone. The Land Spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, that makes things easier. Stargate goo is a new creation. It is not because whole earth goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate goo, thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue, every word was in the heart of the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit of Langya finally agreed, alright, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now, let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes. Saying so, the Land Spirit added, also, I will provide the Stargate goo, I will lend it to you. This way he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Hu Immortal Blessed Land's side, Fang Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way he had obtained the initial recognition of the Land Spirit of Langya. Communicating with Langya Blessed Land, it would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Fang Yuan also controlled the Stargate goo again. preventing it from entering the market of jewel yellow skies and giving other Gu immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate Gu, the land spirit of Langya, saved Fang Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Langya a sense of security. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Langya. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated and I can also get a large amount of immortal yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal Gu from the land spirit of Langya in the future. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal Gu in Langya blessed land, especially beast enslavement immortal Gu and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. By borrowing immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could save a huge amount of Gu nurturing expenses. What a great deal. Fang Yuan took one step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Langya was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good. Finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years, there was hope to complete the immortal Gu remnant recipes in his possession. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate Gu, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Langya blessed land and bring back Stargate Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was still there were still several rivers in the blessed land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Fang Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate Gu, 3 new immortal Gu remnant recipes, and 30 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to give Fang Yuan the 3 immortal yuan stones, but Fang Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Fang Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Fang Yuan's Starlight Firefly Gu had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly Gu's Starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Fang Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal Gu recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Langya blessed land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate Gu to travel between Langya blessed land and Hu immortal blessed land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Fang Yuan had become a middle-grade blessed land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal yuan stone, and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Guiyue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Fang Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Langya continues, there will be more and more immortal yuan stone. Now I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Fang Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fang Yuan used 1 immortal yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Blood-Wing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life, his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent, the sky was gray and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fang Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into jewel yellow skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help, he could do the business himself. Jewel yellow skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes. There was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dark Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo and so on. Evidently, Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Chapter 673. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fang Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fang Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow. He did not recognize it. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal. I want all of these Starlight Firefly Goo. Fang Yuan transmitted. Fang Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, and exchanged for a set of Divine Sense Goo and Connecting Heaven Goo. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will did not recognize Fang Yuan as the former Fox Immortal, and only treated Fang Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Goo is an ancient goo worm. It is almost extinct now. My Starlight Firefly Goo are of excellent quality. There are over 1,200 of them. How about this? Give me 4 immortal Yuan stones, I will sell them all to you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You are deceiving me, don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight Firefly Goo are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yao Guang Di Yuan and others they can buy them from you. Fang Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 Goo Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, he even bought Star Fragment Grass seeds, and also bought the books of their experiences in growing Star Fragment Grass. He spent quite a bit. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will was slightly shocked. He knew Fang Yuan was a knowledgeable person, and immediately changed his tone. I was just joking earlier. 8-Arm Immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fang Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 immortal Yuan stones for 1,500 Starlight Firefly Goo. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately rejected. Sir, you are lowering the price too much, I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 Immortal Essence and 1,200 Starlight Firefly Goo. Fang Yuan bought the Starlight Firefly Goo but did not leave immediately, instead asking, Do you sell Star Path Killer moves here? Sir, are you a Star Path Goo Immortal? Ah, of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 Star Path Killer moves here. Fang Yuan browsed through it. The first Star Path Killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of Starlight Goo, a few Counter Star Goo, some Star Shield Goo and so on. This was a defensive killer move. It was activated. A full body armor would form on the Goo Immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of Star Rain goo, a small number of Spring Wind goo, a small number of Star Shoot goo, and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of Spiral Bone Spear goo, some Star River goo, countless Star Dart goo, a large number of Meteor goo, and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of goo worms was described as a large number, a few. These terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the goo worms, or what goo worms were used to support what goo worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 goo worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an immortal yuan stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body, currently only a few goo immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher, it costs 1.5 immortal yuan stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 immortal yuan stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the goo worms used to form the killer move, and so on. But there was one similarity: they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor, even if Fang Yuan was not a Star Path goo immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an immortal yuan stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range, the Star Path goo worms used to form it were very common, it was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this Spiral Drill Star Spear that Star-Lord Wanxiang was selling, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fang Yuan could not remember the Spiral Drill Star Spear. It meant that it was not outstanding, it might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fang Yuan thought of Star Fragment Grass. Star Fragment Grass was the food of starlight fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the starlight firefly group, the more starlight firefly goo could be produced. Fang Yuan's need for starlight firefly goo would definitely last for a long time. Thus he needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the goo worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a Star Path goo called Star Shoot goo. It was a one-time consumable goo. Fang Yuan had never heard of this goo, this was his first time seeing it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood. This was Star-Lord Wanxiang's scheme. After a goo immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot goo. And this Star Shoot goo could only be sold by Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fang Yuan probed, I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot goo's recipe. Star Shoot goo was only a rank 3 goo, but this mortal goo's recipe was worth half an immortal yuan stone, it was extremely high. But as Fang Yuan expected, Star-Lord Wanxiang's will rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot goo was formed naturally in his blessed land, he did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fang Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of Gu immortals, they were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite Gu immortals into their blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star Lord Wanxiang's will was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the killer moves Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot Gu. These Star Shoot Gu are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Wanxiang's will heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot Gu needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal yuan stone. Sir, you are only giving me 2 immortal yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal, I will not do it. Fang Yuan sneered. Star Shoot Gu is only a rank 3 mortal Gu, each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal yuan stone? Sir, you might not know, Star Shoot Gu are naturally produced in my blessed land, their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside, they are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wanxiang's will spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fang Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fang Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the 5 regions war, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate, especially in this world. During times of peace, Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone had great value, they could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points and so on replaced Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fang Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy the Spring Star Rain, as well as enough Star Shoot Gu for 10 Spring Star Rains. After this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search for Jewel Yellow Skies. He found that in Jewel Yellow Skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the Gu immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fang Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, 2 Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom, the price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside, thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced southern border, central continent and northern plains. Among them, northern plains had the greatest change, it is already in chaos. Central continent is second, southern border is third. After all, southern border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fang Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among Gu immortals, their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times, when Gu immortals nurtured Gu, their demand for mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method, the main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year there would be production. Gu immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, Gu immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like Immortal Gu would not be used often. Mortal Gu would be used as common methods. The expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all Gu immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the Starlight Firefly Gu. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of Northern Plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now there were very few air bubble fish in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly goo. They could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Goo Immortal, but not all Goo Immortals were wealthy. Battles, Goo refinement, research, and tribulations would all greatly expend a Goo Immortal's foundation and wealth. Fang Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Goo Immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel yellow skies, among the Goo Immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the 5 Regions War? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, he rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the 3 venerables, the 5 Regions War was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Goo Immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Goo Immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the times stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Goo path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Fang Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a Central Continent Goo Immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an immortal yuan stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Fang Yuan would lower the price. Fang Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, this Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 goo, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 goo at the same time required a Goo Immortal. Mortal Goo Masters had limited primeval essence. It was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Goo Immortals usually fought alone, unless they were Enslavement Path. But Enslavement Path Goo Immortals had their own Enslavement Path defensive methods. Why would they choose an Ice Path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Fang Yuan was right, it was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods and was a lone cultivator. She needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Goo Immortal because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Goo worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees. Most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about little immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, little immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment Fang Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this killer move Frost Veil. But half a piece of immortal yuan stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited. She immediately thought of her Star Path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation. It used 6 rank 3 goo and 9 rank 4 goo, but it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 goo. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her. She became humble. Little immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for immortal Yuan stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated, this killer move is barely satisfactory, but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today, I will take care of you. Aha, this is half a piece of immortal Yuan stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Fang Yuan. Next, Fang Yuan spent 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone to buy a large number of goo refinement materials and mortal goo worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in goo refinement. Fang Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate goo, but the success rate was very low. Back then, even Land Spirit of Langya failed many times. If Fang Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Jing had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the Blessed Land's owner. Each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in Earth Path goo worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. They were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow. They could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate. These rockmen were used to it. Every time Fang Jing passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart. Especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 goo master. Our Crane Gate strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Fang Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenchuru's soul in it. It said, "That won't happen." Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is our sect's 3rd supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen's slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies. His strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Fang Jing was fascinated. What realm is a goo immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen. He is really amazing. Master Tenchuru replied, every goo immortal is a genius among the elites. They are dragons and phoenixes among men. They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivated step by step as mortals. Fang Jing, you are already rank 5. Maybe one day you can also become a goo immortal. Fang Jing shook his head. Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic goo. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fang Jing, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact, in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles. Master Tenchuru smiled. Is that so? Lord Sky Crane said, these rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. Alright, we have arrived at the blood pool. Fang Jing heard the words blood pool, and his muscles tightened. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside and steam was rising from it. Fangjing took a deep breath, took off his clothes and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Let's start. Let's do it one by one, don't rush. First, the iron blood goo, Master Tenshuru reminded. Fangjing slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood goo. Immediately, the goo worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fangjing's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood goo and activate the blood edge goo, Master Tenshuru said again. Fangjing activated the blood edge goo, his body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out, they were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Then molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fangjing's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood goo. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the goo master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly goo master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fangjing black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood goo, Master Tenshuru said again. Fangjing gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Ah! Fangjing groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fangjing's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fangjing. Quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower goo. Master Tenshuru was monitoring Fangjing's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fangjing's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fangjing's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Ugh! Fangjing gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fangjing was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenshuru's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fangjing activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough, the demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Master Tenshuru's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fangjing lowered his head, his vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fangjing spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good, you did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step, you need to use blood scar goo to locate it. At that moment, Fangjing began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear, his rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fang Jing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. He Fengyang wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenshuru's soul was reporting Fang Jing's training results. He Fengyang's tone was dissatisfied. As expected, even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fuhu Blessed Land and used many relic goo, he still became a rank 5 goo master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 goo worms at the same time, he can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenshuru deliberated over his words. Fang Jing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time, he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix goo for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood goo to him, but the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. He Fengyang unhappily interrupted Master Tenshuru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Jing is not far from success, he lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar goo and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times, with a bit more time we can... Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time, tell me how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all, Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder, I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenshuru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. He Fengyang breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave, there is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short, if we overtrain Fang Jing will not be able to endure it. We can use goo worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenshuru shouted. He Fengyang chuckled. His soul collapsing, isn't that what you want to see? This way you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fang Jing is only a rank 5 goo master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you, Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sai, ever since Susan and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler He Fengyang's tone was, the colder Master Tenshuru's heart became, he said with a grateful tone. With Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. He Fengyang smiled and waved Master Tenshuru to leave. Only He Fengyang was left in the quiet room, his smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, he had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If He Fengyang did not make any progress he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long. As long as I succeed this time, Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsang Yu and Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Tsang Yu's battle strength is about the same as mine, she has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kanyang Laojun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal goo. I have no immortal goo to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use immortal essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu immortal blessed land is barren and not well managed. How much green grape immortal essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Fang Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu immortals on our side. As long as Hu immortal's immortal essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time, humph. Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu immortal blessed land, underground cave. Fang Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 676. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the starlight firefly Gu group continued to lose members. The dead starlight firefly Gu fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Hu immortal blessed land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just returned from Langya blessed land. I am back again? Tai Bai Yunxing was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Hu immortal blessed land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. But he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fang Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Fang Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this. He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately, a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunxing at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move. Thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunxing, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Fang Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful. But it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunxing did not move. A ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Fang Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking. His eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air, it can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunxing commented plainly, my killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunxing had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Fang Yuan chuckled. Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand, the starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook, he quickly activated his killer move, 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size, the 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Bai Yunxing at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center. Afterimages lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily, he felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time the starry cluster exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang, a large number of star points shot out in all directions colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Bai Yunxing's body, cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed, the 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue, their rotation speed fell sharply. Again? Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms, his 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this, his pupils shrunk, he did not dare to be careless anymore, he immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Fang Yuan did not move, his 8 arms shot out one after another, the starry cluster flew towards Tai Bai Yunxing and exploded. Bam bam bam. The explosions continued, Tai Bai Yunxing was in a sorry state, he dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits, they self-detonated one after another, the power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly replenished the 5 rings, no matter how Fang Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Fang Yuan stopped. Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly, he slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Fang Yuan replied bluntly, I named it Icy Drill Stardust, it is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunxing exclaimed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Minjun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Minjun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. The star goo. It can increase the attack power of star path goo worms, it is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused this star goo into it, that is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fang Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. So that's it. I knew it, my defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 Cloud Rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time, and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan nodded, this killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 Immortal Yuan stones and jewel yellow skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, I understand this, he wants my landscape as before Immortal Goo. He is also a Goo Immortal, he needs to undergo tribulation. When the blessed land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before Goo will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many Goo Immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard, it was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. If not for wisdom goo, why would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on wisdom goo without little immortal Xing Luo's ice path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fang Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half-space immortal yuan stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Goo and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust. This way he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say by relying on Do Min Jun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with envy. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Goo, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Immortal Venerable breaking fate goo, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. Alright, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Langya about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he knew that Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Langya was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Langya. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces. He is very busy. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Fang Yuan arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langya Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai Yunxing's treatment. Fang Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's body was still covered in layers of Chi Path seals. But with Inkman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers, only 15 remained. Inkman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya. He did not dare to be careless when he saw Fang Yuan. He greeted first, Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been? Fang Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Langya and threw him a rank 4 East Window Goo. Take a look. East Window Goo quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands, but Fang Yuan lent him East Window Goo, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal goo recipes. Amazing, this idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally, I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fang Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Langya without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Langya was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fang Yuan immediately received these immortal yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time. But not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal goo recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal goo recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal goo recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal goo recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Inkman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, "Your Excellency Fang Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal yuan stone, right? Here in Langya Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in jewel yellow skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman city has also collected some goods. Perhaps your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, had once bought one of my killer moves." The Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. "Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them?" This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. "I am ashamed, the name of small swamp and pine island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient goo worms. Small swamp goo can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for pine island goo. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining, stabilizing the land." Land Spirit of Langya explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fang Yuan curiously. "These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for?" "You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Langya blessed land should have these goo worms, right?" Fang Yuan smiled and said mysteriously, "Of course." Land Spirit of Langya slightly raised his head, saying proudly, "Every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and pine island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and pine island goo, these 2 goo worms could not even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven." Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Langya, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Langya with interest, "Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection. How do you solve the problem of feeding them?" These days, Fang Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Langya gave him an answer. "The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount." This answer made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed. "Can you explain in detail?" he asked. "You have also been to the True Inheritance Secluded Domain in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced." Fang Yuan frowned. "But even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 Point Jinyang Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal use food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path. I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods." Fang Yuan did not give up. "Back then, when your main body refined 88 Point Jinyang Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used?" Land Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. "My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret. I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this." Fang Yuan nodded. He knew that the Land Spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Langya. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Langya could not stretch out his hands, he could only sniff this star-shoot goo, saying, "This goo worm has clearly been tampered with, the goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce, we need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms." Fang Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. "I have over 5,000 star-shoot goo." Star-shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fang Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star-shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000, of course I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan frowned. "Your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers, how long will it take to completely remove it?" "At least a year." Inkman King said. "So long?" "No choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move, the further I go the harder it will be to remove the seal." Inkman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history, his name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Langya's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fang Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Langya for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Langya was sealed, he could not refine goo, and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Inkman King suggested, "Isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Langya Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit and have him guide us on the spot, isn't that enough?" Land Spirit of Langya immediately rolled his eyes at Inkman King, an outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound, many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Inkman King was dazed from the scolding, he could only chuckle, not daring to retort. "In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed we will talk again." Fang Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. "Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone." Land Spirit of Langya shouted at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan did not even turn his head, he waved his hand and stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. "Mfkaki lad." Land Spirit of Langya looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Danghun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Chapter 678. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace, he no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. "It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one, my soul is easily fatigued and weak and also very restless." Fang Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, guts goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many guts goo growing on Danghun Mountain, this was a top quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu. Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fang Yuan did not have the lake water. Even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method: sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path Gu masters focus on the first two. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Langya, he had earned a total of 60 Immortal Yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Goo, the Killer Moves Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of Goo refinement materials, large numbers of Mortal Goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought Small Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo. He spent a total of 20 Immortal Yuan stones. Right now, Fang Yuan still had 30.5 Immortal Yuan stones. But don't look at the Immortal Yuan stones. The price Fang Yuan had to pay was his own green grape Immortal Essence. Deducing Immortal Goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the Land Spirit of Langya, he only had 9 beads of green grape Immortal Essence left. The second calculation of green grape Immortal Essence consumed 6 beads of green grape Immortal Essence. Optimizing the Spring and Autumn Cicada seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now, only 2 beads of green grape Immortal Essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the Spring and Autumn Cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 Immortal Yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 yuan. In short, he had saved 2 Immortal Yuan stones. With only 2 green grape Immortal Essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened, Fang Yuan could only use Myriad Self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Fang Yuan used 15 Immortal Yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape Immortal energy. As such, his green grape Immortal Essence rose to 17 beads. As for the Immortal Yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now the Spring-Autumn Cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the Land Spirit of Langya earned a large number of Immortal Yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Fang Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Fang Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding Immortal Goo. The feeding of Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan was not worried. But feeding Immortal Goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Fang Yuan had many Immortal Goo: Spring and Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary Goo immortals often did not even have 1 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had a total of 9 Immortal Goo. This was a huge blessing but also a huge burden. Spring and Autumn Cicada was fine. It fed on the water of the River of Time. It did not need to be fed. Fixed Immortal Travels. Fang Yuan had once fed it a green grape Immortal Essence bead a year ago in Central Continent Time. It could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent Time did not mean only 1 year had passed in Fixed Immortal Travel. Imperial Court Blessed Lands Time, Fang Yuan's Immortal Apertures Time, and Hu Immortal Blessed Lands Time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Fang Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, Fixed Immortal Travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining Immortal Goo were troublesome. These days, Fang Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly Wave Trace Goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising Azure Cloud Gu needed the scales of the desolate beast Cloud Dragon, and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of wind-scythed birds. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast Heaven and Earth Sand Gull. As for Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart, Land Spirit of Langya had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This Gu was nurtured and refined in one. The more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these Gu worms, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in Water and Mountain Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu are components of the Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion. They have been hiding in Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Rising Azure Cloud are all hibernating in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Over these years, Giant Sons will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now they have all left True Inheritance Secluded Domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged Rising Azure Cloud to Land Spirit of Langya. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, these two Immortal Gu, I have also given them to Tai Bai Yunxing for him to worry about. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the Immortal Gu was not an easy task. Feeding Immortal Gu was not just a problem of Immortal Yuan Stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money they could buy anything. But in the Gu Master world, the economy was not developed. There were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal Yuan Stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast Six-Headed Snake and Cloud Dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast Worldly Sand Gull, were hard to find and had powerful Gu immortal battle strength. Although Jewel Yellow Skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even Earth Chi and Water Chi were not easy to extract. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, Laughter Stones and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in Jewel Yellow Skies. In contrast, the feeding of Woman's Heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fang Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But now that Fang Yuan had the title of 8-Arm Immortal for the time being, no one would associate him with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they were to be linked, Fang Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of Immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked Land Spirit of Langya, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land Spirit of Langya had laughter stones before, but they were used up during Gu refinement. Several years ago, a Gu immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave Fairy Li Shan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so. They were only for viewing. Later, Fairy Li Shan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources. It could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Danghun Mountain being damaged and Tai Bai Yunxing being the easiest to obtain, Fang Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. "Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled as he rambled. "Good, everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for Land Spirit of Langya and earned 3 Immortal Yuan Stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 Immortal Yuan Stones. Next, I bought the defensive Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought Float Ball Tea Grass Seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float Ball Tea Grass Seeds are very ordinary. You actually spent 1 Immortal Yuan Stone. It seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct. I have inspected your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Bai Yunxing slapped his thigh. After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly, I have already thought it through. I will use landscape as before to earn immortal yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape as before will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before Gu, you will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. It is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court blessed land is destroyed, we are the only survivors. Right now we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyun has gone missing. He seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu immortal. Maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals. Chapter 679. Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was astonished. Chapter, that's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas, its culture is different from Northern Plains. After you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area, it is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Anai clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan, are all having a headache over this. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing was immediately interested. This seems to be a huge business. Junior brother, you are right. If we cannot survive in Northern Plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel, we cannot see the regional walls. But old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in Northern Plains is too huge. The other 4 regions already know about it. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations. They have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger, you need to be careful. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed Northern Plains my entire life. I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself. Fang Yuan nodded. He agreed with this. Otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was old and experienced. He was also a flying master. His escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path Defensive Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring. It had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with Anai clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan. Go to Haishur Blessed Land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first. Haishur Blessed Land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in Haishur Blessed Land. You can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing agreed. I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City. Fang Yuan continued. To feed the immortal Gu, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the 6-headed serpent, and the dragon scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go. Tai Bai Yunxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. Junior Marshal brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Oh Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and digest some guts Gu. This Gu is a top-quality soul-strengthening Gu. It is always better to be prepared. Junior brother, you're here again. How many times have I told you? This guts Gu is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fang Yuan had already saved his life. He, Tai Bai Yunxing, remembered this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fang Yuan's guts Gu? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone and I will sell this guts Gu to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal Gu recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Marshal Brother. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise if something happens to you I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fang Yuan called him Senior Marshal Brother, Tai Bai Yunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. Alright, I understand Junior Marshal Brother's meaning, let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yunxing prepared himself and left to immortal blessed land with Fang Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fang Yuan instructed. Junior Marshal Brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai Bai Yunxing stored the Stargate Gu and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fang Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fang Yuan was currently an immortal zombie, he could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden, the lines were smooth, the sand dune was clean, only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked like strange claws, it looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin, it was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the Gu recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding Gu worm would fly out. These Gu worms could be mortal Gu or immortal Gu. But if the wish was for an immortal Gu, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had caused Western Desert's Gu immortals to fight several times because of this ancient desolate tree. Eventually, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the super forces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 Gu master named Han Li was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal Gu called Void Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 5 Gu gave Fang Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse, there were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The Thousand Wish tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing, it could resist immortal Gu attacks without falling. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The Thousand Wish tree was taken away by the super force Shi Clan and planted in Shi Clan's blessed land. From then on, Fang Yuan never saw the Thousand Wish tree again. Fang Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Thousand Wish tree, even if he did not have a place to plant it. Hu immortal blessed land was a grassland, not a desert. The Thousand Wish tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the Thousand Wish tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither and the Thousand Wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Fang Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the thousand-wish tree. Fang Yuan turned around and looked. There was not a single sand dune behind him. It was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This thousand-wish tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome. The illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Fang Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this thousand-wish tree and became a Gu immortal expert later on. This person's name was Han Li. This person, Han Li, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in southern border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage Gu immortal, a famous expert in western desert. Many influential figures in central continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now he is still a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Fang Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Fang Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Border's hunting king Sun Gong had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fang Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xing Luo might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad. She would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fang Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chaoyu. Although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing. It rose and fell from time to time. It could be seen that his luck was bad. He was also eliminated by Fang Yuan. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown. Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fang Yuan's first target was Han Li. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.